Shalom, Israel. Most High Christ bless. Once again, blessed Sabbath to you. My name is Brother Zerubbabel,
My name is Ezra Elazar.
and we are with Children of Israel. We are back once again on this Sabbath day um, to bring and actually continue this lesson that we actually started last Sabbath. In the last days, perilous time shall come. This is part two. Um, if you happen to watch or see the video last week, um, going through and showing how um, 2 Timothy 3 is actually coming to pass. There's prophecies that were showing that in the last days we'd be going through dangerous times. We last Sabbath went through, got you the definition of what perilous means, what peril means. We also went through scriptures showing that there were even perilous times in the past that we're seeing today. So the perilous times, the perils that we're seeing today are really no different than what we've seen or what happened in the past when you read the scriptures. Um, as we know, the history just keeps repeating itself. We went through Ecclesiastes, showing that there's nothing new under the sun, all the way up until what we're going to continue through today. We're going to continue on with 2 Timothy 3, breaking down 2 Timothy 3 in what it means as far as how people would be behaving themselves, how they will be reacting in today's times. So in order for you to get out anything out of the lesson, you got to be somebody that's desirous to learn, desiring to change yourself, because a lot of the things that are going on in the world can be changed. They can be avoided, but it's up to us individually and collectively as a nation of people, you Israelites, uh, to foster that, to begin that change to happen in society uh, based on our behaviors, in changing our actions, and making sure that the way that we conduct ourselves are in line with the scriptures, especially in the sight of the other nations, that they can look at us as being God's people, you so-called Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, and being able to see that you are displaying that wisdom and understanding that the Most High expects of us. Unfortunately, within the Israelite community and without the Israelite community, um, overall, you're not seeing it. The majority of our people are living in the ways of this world, which is detrimental to our people. And unfortunately, which we'll go through tonight, showing, that there's or this morning, not tonight, that there are a lot of distractions, things that are put in the way of people that are distracting. Um, so with that, let's open it up with Hebrews 5 and 12 through 14 as usual.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 5 and verse 12. For when for the time ye ought to be teachers, ye have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of God, and are become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat. For every one that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. But strong meat belongeth to them that are of full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil.
All right, so you hear us go through this every Sabbath. We go through this every Sabbath as a reminder to ourselves and to anybody that's watching that the Most High is giving us the blueprint on how we can learn the scriptures, how we can apply the scriptures. It's up to us to, like I said a second ago, to be desirous of change. You have to want to change. And unfortunately, for a lot of people, they like the way they are. They love the world the way it is. They have no problem with it. So they don't think that any change is necessary. But if you do desire to change, the first principle of bringing about that change is you've got to desire the sincere milk of the word. You've got to desire to change. You've got to want to change. You've got to be able to look within yourself and say, you know what? There's something wrong with me. I don't like the person that I've become. I don't like the person that I am. I can do better. And what is going to make me a better person? And the Israelites, not just us, there are a lot of Israelites teaching that are showing you out of the scriptures that the Most High gave you Israelites the blueprint. He gave you the what do you call it? Kind of like when you buy a new car, you buy a new electronic game,
Instruction.
or they come with a manual. So he's given you the instruction manual to live. And unfortunately, like a lot of people do with their cars, they get the owner's manual. You get a new computer with the owner's manual, buy a new phone, have the owner's manual, video games, so whatever it is, it comes with an owner's manual. Most people don't even bother to open the manual up and read it. They just kind of go, how would I put it, just mess around with it, learn by trial and error. And that's what a lot of people try and do with the Bible. Instead of opening the book up and actually reading it, they just kind of go by trial and error and just live life and, just go by the things that they may hear about the Bible from, whether it's Christian pastors or, what society puts out during the holidays. And then they think they know God. They think they know the scriptures, and they think that they know how to live according to righteousness. But they really have no clue because they haven't opened the book up to actually read it and learn. They haven't desired the sincere milk of the word. And that's the same thing with a lot of people with the things that they purchase. They don't open the book. They don't read. And they'll just, kind of mess around with it. Because I've even seen videos on YouTube where people are showing some of the most basic things. You've seen some of those videos that are like what you didn't know about your car. Right. And starts showing these little tiny details, and you're like, oh, I didn't know that that's what that was. Oh, I didn't know that was, you know what I mean? Because people don't open the owner's manual. We're all guilty of it. Just like something as simple as for years, had no idea that the light that comes on showing your you need gas, and it has that little arrow on one side or the other of the gas thing. I had no idea that arrow was there to point in the direction of what side your gas tank is on in your car. Until one of those videos popped up and actually showed it. And I was like, oh, I never even realized. I never knew that. Like, that's crazy. So, you know what I mean? You get into a car, you drive someone else's car, and then you get out and you're like, man, where's the gas tank? And you're looking for it. But I guess somebody got smart enough to put that little piece of detail on that light so that you would never have to guess. And unfortunately, for people, like including myself, don't open up the owner's manual to look and see that buried somewhere deep within that thick manual, it shows you that little light and what it means. All right. So, just little details like that. I know there was another one that I saw where they were showing you how to get the best angles out of your rearview mirrors by putting like the door handles or something like that right in the corner of the mirror so that you could have a good view of everything. And I was like, wow, okay. just going through, just showing all these little intricate details of a vehicle that most people have no idea what they're for and what they do. Um, but again, that goes back to not reading the owner's manual. Um, I can tell you, cell phone, I don't know how, besides texting my wife and answering the phone, for work, or getting a text message from work, I don't touch my phone. Don't use it. You know what I mean? Every, once in a while, you talk to family members, maybe text family members, but other than that, my phone sits there. When I walk in the door, put my phone on the charger, and it sits there. So all these little things that I don't, you know what I mean? These phones, these are basically computers. I don't know how 90% of this phone works. Have no idea. And quite honestly, I don't even care to know, because I only use it for a couple of things. But I'm sure that if I actually, looked at the owner's manual, or opened up, you could look them up online, the owner's manual, you could learn a lot of stuff about your cell phone, and, just little details about it. But we got to make sure that when it comes to the scriptures, we're not doing that. You know what I mean? That we're actually opening up the book, we're reading it, and we're applying it. All right. So as it says, for the time you ought to be teachers, you have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of God, and are become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat. There are a lot of our people out there that need this milk. Us, along with the whole lot of our brothers and sisters that are online teaching, that are on the streets teaching, we are here to give you that milk. We're here to feed it to you. You know what I mean? You've got to desire it as a newborn babe that desires the breast of the mother, to get that nourishment so that they can grow. They can start to get nourished. All right. So for everyone that uses milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. But strong meat belonging to them that are of full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil. And that is the main problem with why we're having or experiencing these perilous times in these last days, because the majority of people in this world have not exercised their senses to discern good and evil. It's very convoluted. The line between what is good and what is evil in this society has just become so jumbled together and so convoluted, people can't tell the difference. They just don't know. And the only way that they will know, or that you can know, is through the word of God. It's through the scriptures. What does God consider evil? What does God consider to be good? All right. But the only way you're going to learn it is you've got to desire the sincere milk of the word. A lot of people, again, they love the meat. They love all, trying to learn about all the secrets of the book. They learn, to learn all the mysteries. They want to know all that stuff, but when it actually comes to learning the laws and the commandments and actually applying them, nobody wants to hear it. All right. So let's go to 1 Peter 2:2.
The book of First Peter, chapter 2 and verse 2. As newborn babes, desire the sincere milk of the word, that ye may grow thereby.
All right. So you've got to desire the sincere milk of the word. That's the only way you're going to grow. That's the only way you're going to be nourished up in the scriptures, is you've got to desire the scriptures. You got to want to read. You got to want to study. You got to want to learn. And again, apply it to your life. That's, again, another one of the main problems, that people don't want to apply the commandments to their life. You're not going to change. You're not going to see change. You're not going to see growth if you do not study, if you do not read, if you're not applying it. All right. So with that, let's go to the book of 2 Timothy, chapter 3. You're going to read verses 1 through 9. So let's continue on with this lesson. that in the last days perilous times shall come, and we're going to learn a lot more about this.
The book of 2 Timothy chapter 3 and verse 1. This know also, that in the last days perilous times shall come. For men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good, traitors, heady, high-minded, lovers of pleasure more than lovers of God, having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. From such turn away. For of this sort are they which creep into houses and lead captive silly women laden with sins, led away with diverse lusts, ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth. Now, as Jonas and Jambres withstood Moses, so do these also resist the truth. Men of corrupt minds, reputable concerning the faith. But they shall proceed no further, for their folly shall be manifested unto all men, as theirs also was.
So it actually says men of corrupt minds reprobate concerning the faith. And that's what I was alluding to earlier when I was saying that majority of people in this world, they haven't exercised their senses to discern good and evil. Their minds are corrupted. And that's what you see going on. That's why you see all this evil, all this wickedness going on in the world, because the minds of people have been corrupt to the point to where they cannot tell the difference. They don't know the difference between what's good and what's evil. They have no idea. Um, they've accepted all this wickedness. They've accepted all this evil. They've accepted this folly. They've accepted all this foolishness that goes on within society. It's been normalized. All of it going against the commandments. All this rape, all this murder, all this theft, lying, covetousness,
Hmm.
all this idolatry, both physical and spiritual idolatry. It's just rampant within this earth. It's everywhere. You can't get away from it. That's why it says this, know also that in the last days perilous times shall come. We looked it up last week to show you the definition of what perilous means and what peril is. But I'm going to share my screen again today. And just again, like we did last week, we went through and showed you some of the wickedness, some of the evil that had gone on over Christmas holiday, that wicked holiday that people don't want to give up. And, it didn't get any better going into the so-called New Year's Eve or New Year's holiday. Nothing's changed. Nothing's gotten better. So let me see. Let me know when you see it.
Yeah, there it is.
All right. So all I did was typed in 2024 murder news stories. I was trying everything. Some of them, a lot of it wasn't popping up. So I don't know if they're trying to hide the evil that's going on already. But it took me, a little bit of trial and error to actually find some of this. So this is going into that story that we talked about last week about the pregnant teen girl and her boyfriend that were found, unalived in the car a couple of weeks ago. So based on the video that we looked at last week, turns out that there was a father and son that were charged in the unaliving of this girl. All right. So, all praises that, they had quick and good police work that was able to find out who these people were that were in that video, and brought them in, and they're charged. Now the question now becomes, what about a third person, somebody watching one of the news, that they, what do you call it, the press conferences that they gave the other day. One of the press people asked the officer, what about a third person? Because somebody's finally opened up and asked a question, about the towel being handed to who we now know was the father of the 19-year-old boy that actually committed the shootings. So they said they're looking into it. And the other question was asked, is it possible that it was the mother of the boy that was in the truck with the father? He declined to answer that question. So, based on the press conference and what I took from it is that they are looking into the mother, but they have no, right now, without the father or the son outright saying, well, my mom was there, or without her admitting that she was there, they have no proof that she was there, that she was the one in the car. But as I was explaining it to my wife, and we were talking about it the other night, that my belief is that it was the mother that was, in the truck with the father. Because the way I would see it from my point of view, and this is my point of view, is that the father had to have been at home with the mom when the son called saying, Dad, I just messed up. I just committed this unaliving of two people. One of the girl is pregnant. I don't know what to do. You can't tell me that the mother wasn't right there when the dad got the call and had him in like, what happened? What's going on? What'd you do? And the father explained to her, well, he's not a junior, but I'm just using it. So junior got himself in trouble, need to go and help him. And my thing is, I believe mom ran out the house along with pops, got in the truck to go meet up with him to find out, what was going on, and to help him uh, get rid of this. And in turn, that's where the person kind of just slammed the towel down on the seat, like, here, take this. Because I'm sure mom wasn't happy if that was her in the truck. You know what I mean? Having to pull up and help your son out of a situation like this. And, but I think the father's probably, because he's claiming he was the only one. Um, but the video clearly shows that there was a third person in that truck. So the dad may be trying to save the mom. That's what I think. But let's read the news article. Um, Titles: Father, son in Texas arrested in murder of pregnant teen Savannah Soto and boyfriend. Texas police arrested a father and son on Wednesday night in connection with the murder of a teenager who was 9 months pregnant and her boyfriend, authorities said. Christopher Preciado, 19, faces a charge of capital murder for the killings of Savannah Soto, 18, and Matthew Guetta, 22, according to the San Antonio Police Department. Ramon Preciado, 53, was arrested and charged of abuse of a corpse. Additional charges are pending, including charges that would add Soto's unborn child as a victim in the case. Now, if you've been following it, they've already added some charges, but they said even more could be coming. Sergeant Washington Moscoso said in a news conference that Christopher Preciado committed the murders just before midnight on December 21st at an unidentified location, which means that the bodies were sitting in that car for a few days or so before they were found. It says Moscoso said Ramon Preciado then helped dump the bodies, which were later discovered with fatal gunshot wounds in a car parked in an apartment complex in northwest San Antonio. The incident stemmed from a narcotics-related deal that went bad, Moscoso said. He added that there is solely a drug connection between Christopher Preciado and the young couple. Soto was reported missing by her family on the day she missed her labor induction appointment, which is typically done when a mother has not gone into labor after her scheduled due date. Inside Guetta's silver Kia, where the bodies were discovered, police found a key piece of evidence, Soto's cell phone. The phone, in addition to help from the U.S. Secret Service, partially led investigators to a vehicle that the police department had earlier identified as being used by suspects in the case. And I find that kind of weird, kind of odd, that the Secret Service would be involved in investigating a murder from San Antonio, Texas. I thought the Secret Service was solely to protect the interest of the president or the White House or, the government institutions um, of DC. So that's kind of, you would think that it would have been the FBI, the Federal
Right.
Bureau of Investigations, that would have helped in this case. But I'm kind of surprised to see that it's the Secret Service. Doesn't make sense why they would get involved in what you would think is just I don't want to say a simple or typical, unaliving incident. It doesn't make sense. Uh, on Wednesday, officers followed the vehicle to a home in San Antonio. When they knocked on the door, Ramon Preciado answered. He knew why police were there, Moscoso said. The father cooperated with investigators and with his son, Christopher Preciado, went to police headquarters where they were both interrogated. Moscoso said, based on what they said, police obtained a warrant for their arrest Wednesday night. Just before the news conference Wednesday night, San Antonio police conducted a perp walk in which they escorted the father and son into a marked vehicle while news reporters swarmed them. In response to whether or not he felt remorse, Ramon Preciado didn't respond, but instead accused the media of lying. Christopher Preciado, who did not respond to questions posed by reporters Wednesday night, has no prior criminal history. His father does have a criminal record, Moscoso said. There are no additional suspects in the case, which is what they said at the, in the original press conference that they gave after the perp walk. But another press conference after that, a little bit more questions have been answered where they have, said that, they are looking into whether or not there is a third suspect in the vehicle and more charges could be coming. But at the beginning, initially, they were saying there were no additional suspects in the case. It says our detectives are going to do everything they can to bring justice to the families, Moscoso said. It's unclear if the son and father have legal representation as of Thursday morning. All right, so you can see there's no also that in the last days perilous times shall come. How did we as a society come to the point to where things like this are happening on a regular? 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19-year-olds committing these, what is being called unalivings on each other and on society as a whole. Well, it's not like we were not warned because the Bible told us that perilous times would come. And when you look at this case, you can see that everything that 2 Timothy 3 warned us about is present in this case. Goes back to social media where people are lovers of themselves, covetous, because if you look at other articles, you watch other people on YouTube, some of these YouTube cyber sleuths, they call themselves, that apparently after he committed the crime, he was on social media flashing a bunch of money that I guess apparently he must have stolen off of the boyfriend. So that shows the covetousness. It was a drug deal supposedly gone bad. And I guess apparently he didn't really want to pay for the product and thought that committing this crime was a way that he could get free product or something. But it goes to the covetous. Boasters. He was on social media boasting, proud to show that, yeah, I came up. Blasphemers, disobedient to parents, because apparently from what it shows, his parents were, business owners, lived in a nice neighborhood, lived in a nice home. So apparently, it looks as if they were not raising him to be about that life. And unfortunately, even in the most middle class communities of America, you've got kids wanting to walk around with knives and guns on, who are disobedient to their parents. They don't listen to their parents because parents are not raising their kids nowadays. Apple is raising their kids. TikTok is raising their kids. Facebook is raising their kids. You know what I mean? All this social media is what's actually, these influencers are what's influencing the kids. The parents have no influence over their kids nowadays. Unthankful. He had to been unthankful to the things that his parents worked hard to provide a pretty good life for him, and he still chose to try and be about that life, to go out there and do foolishly, unholy, without natural affection. Now, everybody thought when you see the picture of the kid, the long hair and everything like that, everybody thought it was a girl that was I thought it was a female that was driving the car based on the long hair, the way the person looked. Um, so without the natural affection, that goes into the other story that went on during the week. There was another school shooting in Iowa, and now it's coming out that, according to what's coming out about the person that committed the crime, he was a part, again, the LGBTQ. Here's another incident, another situation where, apparently somebody that's a part of the LGBTQ is going out and committing one of these crimes on these school campuses. And not saying that every single one of these school unalivers have, you know what I mean, been part of the LGBTQ, but it's starting to seem like it's becoming a trend that some of these shooters are part of the LGBTQ community, which shows, again, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers. You see that all over the place, all over the internet. Incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good, traitors, heady, high minded, lovers of pleasures more than lovers of God. And all of these things coupled together is what brings about the society that we live in today. A society where people cannot simply just walk out your doors, get in your car, and even just go to the grocery store without having to fear something happening. That's the society we live in today. Let me scroll down. Um, all right, here's another one. This is from Austin, Texas, apparently. Police say man shot girlfriend and himself but survived in Austin's first homicide of 2024. So that seems to have been a trend over the so-called 2 weeks of the holiday break or holiday season, that there were quite a few um, unaliving slash unaliving of themselves situations where people are committing these crimes on others, and especially their family members, in these domestic disputes, and then pointing the weapon at themselves. A lot of that has happened over the past couple of weeks. So it says Austin police say a man killed his girlfriend and then shot himself but did not die at a Southeast Austin apartment on New Year's Day. And what is being investigated is Austin's first homicide of 2024. Right? So let me see what else we got here. Philadelphia's first homicide of 2024 claims life of 35. Let's see what this one is about. Philadelphia's first homicide of 2024 claims, and you can see that the new year barely came in. The so-called new year, we know it's not the real new year, but according to the world, it's their new year. But the new year hadn't even finished, the partying hadn't even stopped yet. And there were already all kinds of murders and robberies and all kinds of wickedness that was going on right at the beginning of 2024. It says Philadelphia police say the city has recorded its first homicide of 2024 just 2 days into the new year. The shooting erupted on the 1200 block of West Harold Street in North Philadelphia around 8:20 a.m. on Tuesday. 35-year-old man was found shot once in the abdomen. He was taken to a local hospital where he was pronounced dead. A short time later, he was later identified as Kenneth Carradine. The deadly shooting is believed to be the first known homicide of the new year, according to police. No arrests have been made and no weapons were recovered. A homicide investigation is underway. Again, we were warned that this stuff was going to be happening. Ozzie Gardner, 44, slain in Albany's first homicide of 2024. Albany man slain in early morning shooting. Ozzie Gardner, 44, was shot after an argument at a party near the intersection of 2nd and Judson Streets, police said. A 44-year-old city man died early Monday in the city's first homicide of 2024 in a shooting that occurred near the intersection of Judson and 2nd Streets. Police said officers arrived at the scene at 12:42 a.m. to find Ozzie Gardner suffering from gunshot wounds to the chest. Paramedics treated him at the scene before taking him to Albany Medical Center, where he died. Police said an argument sparked violence between the victim and a suspect that began at a party in a nearby home. The victim knew the shooter, police said. There is no word on whether an arrest has been made. The killing happened just blocks from the city's last homicide of 2023, the fatal December 23rd stabbing of 74-year-old Charles Gaddy on North Lake Avenue. So not long after the last unaliving of the year, you have your first unaliving of the new year. Gaddy's accused killer, 40-year-old Venetia Brundage of Allen, was taken into custody shortly. So is that a female that committed this? Venetia, that sounds like a woman's name. Shortly after
Sound
the
like
intersection of 2nd and Judson. Huh?
it does sound like it.
Yeah. Brundage is charged with second-degree murder. Gaddy's death marked Albany's 19th homicide in 2023, following a grim pattern in recent years. There were 18 reported homicides in 2021 in Albany and 19 in 2022. A new record at the time. The COVID-19 pandemic brought a dramatic spike in homicides in Albany and across much of the country, but the murder rate dropped in a number of U.S. cities in 2023, including New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. ABC News reported the national homicide rate was expected to drop by 13% last year, a trend that has not happened in Albany. Yeah. All right, what else we got here? Former member of metal band Mr. Bungle charged with murder. Woman shot at Friendship Heights Hotel in DC's first homicide. So you can see almost every city across America has already had their first homicides of the year already. 18-year-old killed at Friendship Heights Hotel in DC's first homicide of 2024. An 18-year-old woman was shot and killed at a hotel in Friendship Heights in Washington, D.C.'s first reported homicide of 2024. The new year wasn't even 2 years old when DC paramedics were sent to the Embassy Suites Hotel. Let me get this out of the way. On Military Road Northwest for the report of a shooting on the 7th floor. They were told on arrival that the victim was in cardiac arrest. Ashley Hines of Clinton, Maryland, was pronounced dead at the scene, the Metropolitan Police Department said. So 2 hours into the new year, and DC already had their first homicide. Let me try something. Watch this. Let me see. Let's put in Stockton.
Right.
Have anything happened in Stockton yet? Because I haven't heard anything yet. Stockton's first homicide. The guy that unalived that police officer in Oakland was from Stockton. I didn't know that.
Oh wow.
That's crazy. Yeah, you would think that would have been all over the news. I didn't even know that. A Stockton man charged Wednesday with murder in the killing of Officer Tuan Lay has a prior manslaughter conviction in connection with the 2014 shootout that killed an 18-year-old man, according to court documents and multiple law enforcement sources. Mark Demetrius Sanders, 27, is facing several other counts on top of the murder charge, including special allegations of second-degree murder of a peace officer in a drive-by shooting, officials said Wednesday evening. Police earlier identified Sanders as the man who allegedly opened fire into an unmarked police truck containing Lee, who was an undercover detail monitoring a December 29th early morning burglary at a cannabis business. Also charged with murder was 28-year-old Chico resident Alan Starr Brown, who authorities said was riding in a vehicle with Sanders, possibly as the driver when Lee was shot. So, yeah, I heard about that. I didn't hear anything about the person that committed it was from Stockton. So apparently 4 suspects have been, but I want to see. All right. So this looks like it's at the mall in Stockton. Stockton police investigate shooting at West Lane Plaza Shopping Center. But this looks like just from January 5th. It says a hail of gunfire rang out at a West Lane shopping center Friday afternoon, wounding 2 before Stockton police rushed to the scene. The men shot, ages 25 and 30, weren't identified by police. They were shot around 1:10 p.m. and hospitalized shortly after, Officer David Scott said. As of 4:50 p.m., their wounds appeared to be non-life threatening, Scott said. So they didn't pass away, so that wouldn't count as a homicide, but you've got the attempted. Um, yeah, if there hasn't been a first homicide in Stockton yet, I'm shocked.
Interesting.
I'd be really shocked to see that. An entire week and nothing's happened, except for that one. That probably would have been the first one of 2024 if they had passed away. Yeah, you're not seeing anything else. Let me go back. Um, see more news. Yeah, I'm sure by now everybody knows about this. This former basketball player that played for the Stockton Kings was part of that situation in Las Vegas. Yeah, I'm surprised. It looks like there hasn't been an actual unaliving in Stockton yet. All praise. That's seriously that's actually shocking to see. Oh wait, hold on. 3 suspects were sought after. A man was shot late Thursday afternoon in Stockton. Let me click on this one. Man shot in Stockton following. Yeah, let's find out. Let me click on it. Police searching for 3 suspects after man shot in Stockton Seaport District. 3 suspects were sought after a man was shot late Thursday afternoon in Stockton, police said Friday. It happened at around 4:30 p.m. in the area of Hunter and Church Streets in the Seaport District. Stockton police said a 26-year-old man was walking in the area when he then became involved in an argument with one of the suspects. At some point during the argument, that suspect shot the victim, which is something when you are in Stockton. So try and tell anybody, don't argue with nobody in Stockton. Don't have words with nobody in Stockton because That's all. It could take the wrong look,
Right.
and somebody is ready to take you out. You know what I mean? So says a 26-year-old who was not identified has since been hospitalized. His condition is not known. The suspect got away from the scene before law enforcement arrived. Police are also searching for at least two other suspects believed to be connected to the shooting. The suspects were only described as a black man and two black women. It is not clear who is accused of pulling the trigger, but it's not saying whether or not the victim actually passed away or not. But try and tell anybody, you driving down the street, don't be cut nobody off in Stockton. Don't, you know what I mean? You got to
Mm-hmm.
watch your moves because almost everybody in Stockton is carrying something in their vehicle. All right, let me see if this one says, man shot in Stockton. All right, he was taken to the hospital for treatment, so he obviously lives. So we got another person in Stockton that was shot but ended up surviving. All right, let's click 2 men injured. It looks like there's been quite a few shootings over the past week, but all praises to the Most High. It seems like they've all survived. Shooting Friday afternoon left 2 men injured. The Stockton Police Department officers went to the 1200 block of East Hammer Lane near West Lane around 1:10 p.m. for a report of a shooting. Police said their officers found a 25-year-old and a 30-year-old man, both with gunshot wounds. Police said both men were sent to the hospital and are expected to survive. That's crazy. So
Right.
you got 3 incidents already of shootings in Stockton, and in all 3 incidents, all praise the Most High that these people were some bad shooters. All right, where is this at? Oh, that's in Chicago. Second person pronounced dead from January 1 Southside shooting and city's first homicide, of course, in Chicago. Click on this one. But I pray you guys see where I'm going with this, that the new year, so-called, is we're barely a week into it, and look at how many shootings have happened. It says a man and a woman are dead after a double homicide that took place in the South Side Wednesday. A woman shot in the early morning hours of January 1 in the greater Grant Crossing neighborhood on Chicago's South Side was pronounced dead around 9 p.m. Wednesday by the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office. The woman, 50, has sustained a gunshot wound to the head. She joins a 53-year-old man who was shot multiple times and pronounced dead at the scene as victims of the double homicide. A 48-year-old woman was also shot in the incident and taken to the hospital in fair condition, Chicago police said at the time. So basically, this is just a warning that we need to take from the scriptures, that you need to watch when, where, and how you moved in these last days, because it doesn't take much for you to find yourself in the wrong place at the wrong time. Doesn't take much. All right. So let's get back to the scriptures. 2 Timothy 3:1-9. Know also that in the last days perilous times shall come, for men shall be lovers of their own selves. So what does it mean? Men will be lovers of their own selves. What are the characteristics of somebody that's in love with themselves? That would be somebody that's narcissistic, somebody that's conceited, somebody that's vain, someone that's proud, someone that's arrogant. And we need to know these characteristics of this kind of person so that what? Didn't the scriptures tell us to do what? To avoid these people. It says, having a form, this is verse 5, having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof, from such turn away. So the scriptures are telling us that when we come upon people that are like this, that are lovers of their own selves, we need to turn away from this kind of person, that narcissistic, conceited, vain, proud, arrogant type of person. All right. So let me do this. Then share my screen again.
Mhm.
So be prepared. We're going to be going back and forth.
Okay.
What's going on? All right, here we go. And you can see this narcissistic behavior, it's everywhere in society. And the main culprit behind it is what? Social media. All right, so let me share my screen again. All right, let me see. Let me know when you can see this.
Yep. There it is now.
All right, so this is an article written called Five Signs of Social Media Narcissism. You may not even notice in yourself. All right. So, five signs of social media narcissism you may not even notice in yourself. Because with these cell phones and social media and iPads, computers, people people's lives are consumed for hours and hours daily, checking their Facebook posts, checking their Instagram, checking TikTok, checking YouTube. You know what I mean? And a lot of people don't realize that they've become addicted. This social media narcissism. And I'm going to read the article. This is from what's called Learning Mind. It says social media narcissism, the newest manifestation of vanity. With over 2 billion Facebook users, 500 million Instagram users, and 300 million Twitter users, social media is by far the most popular online activity of the century. But with all the sharing, liking, and commenting, people are getting obsessed with how others see them online. It is an
Right.
obsession, it's an addiction. Although this is normal to some extent, for some it's getting a little out of hand. Narcissism and the obsession with gratification on social media are getting harder and harder to control. Narcissism among social media users can turn them into unpleasant people who spend much more time concerned about their online presence than their real life. That's a problem. People, and which is happening. You're seeing people commit all kinds of crimes because they feel like their social media influence is being jeopardized in one way or another. Number one, selfies.
Right.
Everyone takes selfies now, or faces, or my mom calls them. You won't find a person who hasn't taken a sea life of some sort. The problem isn't really that you take them, though, it's how often you take them. And that's exactly the point. It says taking the perfect picture of yourself in front of the perfect background can take a lot of time away from actually enjoying life. This can lead you to miss important experiences and makes you less pleasant to be around if you obsess about the perfect picture. If you take more photos of yourself than anything else, you may have a touch of social media narcissism. And that's what you see. You know what I mean? It's not talking about that person that, every once in a while they're like, you know what? Now I want to get a picture of this. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's talking that person. You look at their social media. You look at they're constantly sending pictures of themselves that they're taking in the mirror to everybody every day, all day. You know what I mean? It's an obsession. That's you want to be aware that if you got to look within yourself, am I that person? Am I constantly taking selfies? The people around you, or friends, family members, coworkers, they'll know. You know what I mean? Oh, you know what? Yeah, they sent me one time, but it's not an all the time thing. But if it's like, man, they're always sending me these selfies like a daily thing, like then you know
Right.
that you got something wrong. All right. Number two, shameless self promotion. The popularity of social media has spawned a wealth of new careers in the online industry. You can become self employed by simply gathering a following on Instagram or Facebook. But many users are more interested in gaining attention by gaining followers. This can lead to attempts to self promote so as to gain followers and the attention you crave. Now, I have to say it because this is one of the things that we talk about all the time within the Israelite community. Because some of our brothers in the Israelite community have crossed over into this number two, where you're seeing that their presence on social media has become shameless self promotion, that they are more interested in gaining followers to basically feed their ego the attention that they crave from others rather than actually sincerely wanting to get our people to repent and change. And not exaggerating when we say it, because you can see it on social media. You can see it on YouTube. You can see it in the way that they carry themselves. There are a lot of our brothers that have crossed that line and they don't realize that they've done it. All right. It says while a little self-promotion is necessary to gain a following, excessive amounts are a bad sign that you may have a bigger issue than a low following. Instagram suggests that hashtags should be kept between 3 and 7 per post. So the maximum number of 30 really doesn't need to be met. All right. And you do see that a lot. How many hashtags do you see, on some people's videos, and I'm talking about within the Israelite community. All right, here's another one, pretending to live a better life. It is natural to want to show the good parts of life. A little bit of embellishment is even a lot more common than you think. Just be careful, as this embellishment can easily spiral out of control. It's surprising how many people tell lies on the internet to make themselves look better and gain attention. It may not be the case that the travelers on Instagram actually spend all their time traveling. If you find yourself telling little lies to look better, you may have a touch of social media narcissism. And you see that people, holding up these wads of cash online. And if you look closely at the money, you can see that in some of the instances, it's fake money.
Right.
It is fake money. Or, they're taking pictures of cars or putting up videos of them driving these fancy cars and then come to find out that these are cars that they're renting. They don't even own the cars. You know what I mean? There's a lot of that going on. Um, who was that little girl? Oh my gosh, I can't remember. What is it, little Tay?
Right.
That little, she's like 14 or 15 years old now, but she was back when she was 9 years old and had her videos all over the place of her, acting like she was this little rich little influencer with the money, have, all these cars and houses and all this kind of stuff. And come to find out it was her brother and, partly her mother that was, behind her doing this stuff. Um, but you're seeing it. People will go to almost any length just to get views. You know what I mean? People going into shopping centers or in the grocery stores or out on the streets, harassing people just to make somebody get mad on video to see how they're going to react. And it got one of these influencers shot. He went in the hood. He was an Edomite. Went into the hood, messed with the wrong person. He kept, he was something he did often where he would go into the hood, mess with these gang members and stuff like that. And that one time he messed with the wrong one. He ended up getting himself unalived. Um, so these things are happening. People will do and say anything just to gain more followers on social media. Oversharing, conversely, and pretending to live an amazing life, narcissism can also manifest in oversharing on social media. That is to say, that you share every little detail of your life on social media. This can range from all the activities you do in your day to the intimate details of your life, whether it be what you ate for lunch, how cute your kids are, even the really intimate stuff. Oversharing can be dangerous when you don't know who reads your content. The extent of this behavior varies from person to person, but is the classic sign of social media narcissism. All right. So every once in a while, people will take that picture, like, to send it to a family member, you know, hey, check this out. This is where I'm at right now. This happened. But when it's every day, several times a day, oh, I went to, I don't know, what's a restaurant people, I don't even know what these fancy restaurants people like going to nowadays are, but they go inside and they want to take a picture of their food and send it out on social media so everybody can see what they ate.
Mhm. Um, the
They're
Cheesecake
starving.
Factory.
There you go, Cheesecake Factory. You know what I mean? And they want to take a picture of the cheesecake they got from Cheesecake Factory so everybody can know they're a Cheesecake Factory. You know what I mean? It's that kind of stuff. When does it become too much? Is when you're oversharing. Friends, like I said, friends, family members, coworkers. If you've never really done anything, that one time you said, they know, like, oh, you know what? They might say, why are they sending me this? But then they go, you know what? Okay, it must have been something important. You know what I mean? They don't do this all the time. But if it's somebody that does it all the time, like, man, you're sending me something again? Like, why you keep sending me this stupid stuff? I don't want to see this. You know what I mean? Um, and then number 5, full blown addiction. Addiction to social media has become more of a recognized issue in today's society. The gratification we receive from others on the internet gives us a boost of dopamine, which leaves us wanting more. This can spiral and lead to us constantly looking for the attention and likes of others, creating addictive behaviors surrounding social media use. A lot of it is very, very addictive. It says spending more time monitoring social media than taking part in physical situations could signal narcissism. Do you spend a lot of time planning your posts? Do you feel urges to use social media and become irritated if you cannot? Do you monitor the engagement you receive from your followers every time you post? This level of social media narcissism causes severe problems in work and personal lives, from undue stress and distraction from what is important. It's funny because my wife just asked me that the other day because she was watching, one of our videos to, take notes on it. And she was like, oh, did you know they're putting commercials in you guys' videos now? And I'm like, what? Like,
Mhm.
what are you talking about? It's like, yeah, like lately, some of you guys' videos that I've been watching, there's commercials popping up. And I'm like, our videos are not monetized or nothing like that. Like, why would they be putting commercials in? I don't know anything about it. And then she was like, don't you watch you guys' videos? Like, don't you watch your own videos? And I'm like, no. I was like, I don't go back and watch. Once we do a class or do a lesson, I don't go back and watch the video
Right.
again to go watch, to go watch myself teach. Like, I don't do it. It's like, I had no idea. But I guess apparently, from what she's saying, is that there are commercials popping up in our videos now.
Hmm.
I don't know how, I don't know why. But apparently, it's happening. She showed it to me. She's put on one of our videos and started watching, and a commercial broke in. And I was like, you know what? I have no idea. I had no idea they've been doing that. And she said, yeah, it seems like it just started not that long ago, that all of a sudden, um, she'll watch the videos again to take the notes. And she said, yeah, Leah, I've been noticing that these commercials are popping up. So I had
Hmm.
no idea. So I don't know if that's just something common with YouTube, that they'll just start putting commercials in your videos. I thought you had to be monetized for that to happen. I have no
Like,
idea. Huh?
I think they do that to all the videos. Like for me, having the YouTube Premium, I don't see any of the videos. So even if I go back to our videos, I will never see commercials.
All right.
But I think they do that with all the videos, and the only way to get rid of them is if you're part of the premium
Okay, yeah, I didn't know
YouTube.
that. I had no idea because I always assumed that if you the only way for the commercials or these advertisers to put advertisements in your videos, you had to be a channel that's monetized so that you can get paid from the commercial use. I guess that's how I thought it worked. I have no idea.
I think
Uh,
the monetizing is the amount of views you have and followers and all of that.
no,
So, I
see,
mean, yeah, the commercials is part of it, but also how many people are following you and watching your videos and the amount of followers you have.
all right. Well, we don't have to worry about that because who cares how many people are following us? You know what I mean? If we
Right.
reach one and one person repent and and enjoys watching our videos so that they can sincerely learn, that's cool. But not gonna, don't go back looking for comments and what people are saying, how many views you know what I mean?
Mm,
Our videos, I don't even know how many views they got. I know it's not that many,
right.
but as far as actual numbers of views, I have no clue. All right, except for I know the main video that gets the most views is the video we did on Commandment 3. And I
Right.
think I mentioned that one time. I was wondering, like, why is it that this one video seems to keep getting, you know, somewhat more, way, 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 way more views than any of the other videos that that we've posted up.
Right.
But it's always that one that I end up getting some kind of what do you call it, email, that somebody's left, like a post or something, I delete them because I haven't figured out yet how to turn them off. You know what I mean?
Right.
Um, but it's that one video for whatever reason that that has the most views. Maybe people just really didn't know about Commandment 3 and are clicking on it to learn. The Lord's will, that's what it is.
Right.
Uh, but you got people that fully are addicted to social media and all day at work, all day in the house. They're around their family members and the family's ignoring each other because everybody's looking at their cell phones and their iPads. You go to a restaurant, you see a whole family sitting there at dinner, and the whole family is sitting there looking at their social media, looking at their phones. It's crazy. So it says, what can we do about social media narcissism? The best way to combat social media narcissism is to take a break from social media altogether. Give yourself some time to cleanse and re engage with the physical world rather than obsess about the digital one. Spend time with friends and family in real situations and stop caring so much about what others think. Suspend your social media accounts temporarily so as not to be tempted to go back to narcissistic ways. Don't worry, you don't have to delete them completely. With kids as young as 8 using social media regularly, social media is largely to blame for rising narcissism. That's crazy. Kids as young as 8 years old. What are these parents doing, letting their kids this young have a phone to themselves and just have the liberty to just be on social media all day? It says obsession with what others are doing and craving the same attention is the dangerous beginnings of the social media narcissist. All right. So you just want to be real careful of that. So there was something that was mentioned in the article. Man, this AI thing is annoying.
Right.
Oh, I don't want to ask you anything. How do you turn that off? Yeah, I didn't even know what this was when it first started popping up. But it mentioned the word selfies. Or anybody that knows what a selfie is, this is selfies. See some of these pictures. I didn't know that was what was going to pop up. But it's crazy that his first thing popping up is a bunch of Edomite women and girls. That's crazy. But that's let me Sorry about that. Let me click that off. I didn't know that's what was going to pop up. But selfies, that's what it's talking about. And you can see where these things
Years
end up going. All right.
years
Huh?
ago, they I don't know if years ago, I don't know if you remember, they even made a song about that. But first, let me take a selfie.
No, I didn't know that. That's crazy. Who made it?
Later on, we'll hear it. But yeah, they even made a song about taking selfies.
That's crazy. The selfie song. All right. So people are lovers of their own selves. We see that it's something that's running rampant in society. So, what does the Bible say about this narcissistic, conceited, this vain, this proud and arrogant behavior? The Bible mainly calls it vain, someone that's being vain about their beauty, about their accomplishments, and things like that. But it's all the same thing, that narcissistic, that conceited, that vain, that proud, and that arrogant behavior. Let's go to Proverbs 31 and 30. Let's see what the Bible has to say about this vainness, this proudness, this arrogance.
The book of
So
Proverbs,
basically, you can
chapter.
see that's what we're going to do. We're going to go through each of them. Like I said, people are lovers of their own selves. We're going to give the characteristics, and then we're going to let you see what the Bible has to say about these things. All right. So just bear with us. We are going somewhere with this. It's going to make sense to you. All right. Go ahead.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 31 and verse 30. Favor is deceitful, and beauty is vain. But a woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised.
So compare that against what we just clicked on when I just typed in selfies. All you saw, which is crazy, it was nothing but a bunch of Edomites. We know that Edomite women are not the only women on social media doing selfies. But it's crazy that the first thing that pops up is Edomite women, what lets you know that this is the devil's tool. It's the devil's playground. You know what I mean? That they're gonna put their people first and foremost, and in trying to let people know or think or come to believe that the blonde haired, blue eyed woman is the epitome of beauty. That's the first thing that popped up when you type in selfies. All
Right.
right. But the Lord says favor is deceitful and beauty is vain. It's meaningless. It's a woman that fears the Most High. That's is what should be praised. But as it says, favor is deceitful and beauty is vain, but a woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised. They're not being praised yet, but in the future, they will be. It's going to be that conservative uh, woman, the woman that's dressed unprovocative, that's covered up. That's going to be the woman that's praised in the kingdom. I don't understand how some of these women can sit here and claim that they're Christians and be going to church dressed the way that they do, but yet say I'm a God fearer, I'm a child of God, when and say that they want to go to heaven and they want the kingdom. Like, first of all, when you go, in the kingdom, you're not going to have selfies. You're not going to have, especially the pictures that just popped up. You're not going to be seeing that in the kingdom. It's not going to be there. And I can guarantee you that the majority of these people that these pictures popped up, probably somewhere or another, call themselves a Christian or a child of God or go to church. But yet, on a daily, are addicted to what? Social media. Even some of these pastors are addicted to social media.
Yeah.
Some of our brothers in the truth, again, are addicted to social media. I just find it odd and find it just weird that, and if you ever see me doing it, please say something. But the people that you see get on YouTube or Facebook video, whatever it is, they're doing a video, and they're walking around their house with the phone in their hand talking. They're driving, they got the cars, the phone set up in their car, and they're driving down the street and they're talking in the video. You know what I'm talking about, right? I don't know, for some reason, I just find that weird. I find that odd.
Yeah, they'll
And you
sure.
see quite a few of our brothers in the Israelite community doing this. And it's just weird because it's like that.
Right.
I don't know. To me, it just seems very worldly. But what were you going to say, though?
The door will ring. They're on the video and they'll still walk up to the door to try to see who it is.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, yeah,
or in the kitchen, walking up to the kitchen, doing stuff in the kitchen, walking around with the phone.
yeah, yeah.
It's
It's just,
ridiculous.
it's weird. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? I don't know. To me, I just find it odd. You know what I mean? That you're walking around the house with your phone and, you know what I mean? Like, oh, like all of a sudden, if I'm just going throughout my day, something pops in my head and I just, "Hey, what's going on, Shalom? I just want to come on and, just let everybody know, just something was bothering me today. And you know what I mean? I don't know. I just find something odd about that. That's why you see us only on the Sabbath day right now. You know what I mean?
right,
We don't need to be on here, yet to, be doing lessons every single day. We're not at that point yet. But it's not even that they're doing lessons. It's just you can't stay off social media. You've got to share every aspect or almost every 15 to 20, 30 minutes of your life on social media that you got to be driving down the street in your car and talking to yourself
right,
because that's what you're doing. Maybe there are some people watching, but you're driving down the street talking, you're walking through your house talking to yourself. That doesn't seem weird to you. It just seems you're talking to this.
right,
You're talking to it. And the only reason why my phone is here is because I use it to send him a text message before we got on. Before that, it was sitting on the charger across the room. I had to get up and go over there and grab it, bring it over, send him a text message before we started the lesson,
right,
and sat my phone right here. That's the only reason why it's right here. And anytime that we're doing class, my phone is sitting right here because I send him a text message every Sabbath before we start the lesson. You can see him, he's shaking his head, saying, yeah. Before every lesson, before we start, I send him a text message.
right,
So that's why sometimes I may forget to turn the ringer off on my phone. And every once in a while, it might ring while it's sitting here. Most of the time when it rings, is just some of those spams. You know what I mean? It's just random, those random calls you get that interrupts the class. I just turned it off right now as I forgot to turn the ringer off. But these kind of things are not going to be happening in the kingdom. All this vain glory is not going to be going on in the kingdom. All these vain women that you see on social media flaunting their bodies in these skimpy outfits are not going to be in the kingdom. All right. Real quick, grab that in 1 Timothy 2:9. I just popped up off the top. I believe it's 1 Timothy
right.
2:9.
The book of First Timothy, chapter 2 and verse 9. In like manner also, the women adorn themselves in modest apparel, with shamefaced and sobriety, not with broidered hair, or gold, or pearls, or costly array.
All right. In like manner also that women adorn themselves in modest apparel. Those pictures that just popped up when I typed in selfies, that's why I had to click it off real quick. Did you see anything modest about anything those women were wearing?
Mm-mm.
And then the worst part about it is nowadays you got some of these old women. These are, So it should be grandmothers in their 60s like Madonna and some of these other celebrity women that are 50 and 60 years old that are taking selfies in bikinis and trying to show off their bodies, and it's just gotten out of hand. It's crazy.
Well, that's one of the new trends. This is what grandmas look like now on 2023, 2024.
See, that's crazy. Yeah,
New
you
grandma.
would never, you heard me say it before, you would have never seen our grandmothers at 50, 60 years old doing nothing like that. Putting out videos where they're twerking and all kinds of crazy stuff. It is crazy. But go ahead and read verse 10.
Verse 10 on 1 Timothy chapter 2 and
So,
verse 10. But which becometh women professing godliness with good works.
but which becometh women professing godliness with good works. That's what's going to be praised, according to what we just read in Proverbs 31 and 30, which said, favor is deceitful and beauty is vain, but a woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised. That's what's going to get praised, not these women that are adorning themselves in immodest apparel, that are trying to flaunt their curves, that are so addicted to social media that they're willing to go pay thousands of dollars to go under the knife to get fake body parts just so
Right.
they could try and make themselves look better. Look at how many, I wonder what would, let me see, let me type it in. How many women have died from getting plastic surgery?
That's crazy. You know, while you look for that, I saw something
Uh,
crazy. Um, all of these women doing plastic surgery, they got this new procedure for people to stretch their bones and guys become taller.
oh yeah, I've seen that. That's
Did you see
crazy
that?
too because it takes years of having those
Metal.
pins and stuff in your legs, and you know what I mean. It's crazy, and I believe it only makes you something like 2 inches or 3 inches taller, supposedly, or something like that.
Right.
Well, here's a story: dying for a new body. Why so many deaths from plastic surgery? Woman dies during surgical procedure at Miami plastic surgery. Warning: cosmetic surgery kills. So you can see there are a lot of women. A trip to Tijuana to save money on cosmetic surgery ends in death.
Mm.
But you can see that these women have become so vain. And then it's got images of plastic surgery deaths. If you want me to share this, let me
Right.
share my screen again because it's nothing provocative at all on this one. But it's showing some of these celebrities who have had, the lip injections and all this kind of stuff and how crazy they look afterwards. And, unfortunately, women think that this is the epitome of beauty. Can you see?
Yes.
12 of the worst plastic surgery disasters ever. 21 pictures of celebrities who destroyed their looks with plastic surgery. But you could see the before and after. Look at it. They look like caricatures. Look at that. That's crazy. And that was a dude. Oh, wow. You can see, look at what it's done to them. They just look, wow. You look like a demon. It looks like something. What was that TV show back in the day?
Mm.
What was her name? She was the one fighting. the demons. It was a TV show. It started out as a movie, but then it became a TV show where this teenage girl was in high school and she became like this vampire fighter slayer. I can't even remember what that show was called, but that's what the demons looked like in the show. After they did the makeup and all that stuff on them.
Hmm.
It's at the tip of my tongue. I can't get the name of the show out. But look at this. It's crazy. But this is what women think is beautiful. They're so obsessed with their looks that they're willing to go under the knife and risk death just to try and, fix their noses. That's what it looks like here. Look at that Latoya Jackson. You can see the difference. Look at her nose here. Look at her nose there. Look at her cheeks. She had more, puffier cheeks. It looked more real compared to here. Look at her lips here compared to her face just looks distorted. It's sad.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's crazy. It's disturbing. Like, look at that. I'm telling you. What was the name of that show? All right, I can't look at that anymore. It's disturbing. Yeah, that's disturbing. But these women are being praised today for that foolishness. They're being looked at as the epitome of beauty. And it's just all nothing but vain glory, nothing but pride, arrogancy. Let's look at what else the Bible says about vain pride and arrogancy. And let's go to Sirach 10 and 12 through 13. Because people being lovers of themselves comes back to pride. People, are full of pride nowadays.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 10 and verse 12. The beginning of pride is when one departed from God, and his heart is turned away from his maker. For pride is the beginning of sin, and he that hath it shall pour out abomination. And, and therefore the Lord brought up on them strange calamities and overthrew them utterly.
And this is why we have to take a self-examination. We've got to examine ourselves to see whether or not we're in the faith. Do we not know our own selves? You should know yourself. You should know whether or not you're a person that could easily be filled with pride. And if that is you, what are you going to do to change it? What are you going to do to make yourself a better person so that you're not caught up in this social media craze and becoming narcissistic, becoming vain, becoming so full of pride that you will go through and do anything just so you can look better? You even have some of our men going to the extent, we know our women are doing it, of getting hair weaves. Now they've got the man weave. You know what? Let me see if I can pull that up real quick.
Right.
That some of our men are becoming so vain that and so full of pride that they don't want to look old. They don't want to have the gray hairs. They don't want to have, the gray beard. They'll dye the beard. They'll, you know what I mean? They'll get the man weave just so they can try and make themselves look younger. So maybe I should just keep this thing open. But I'm going to
Right.
keep going back and forth so that way I don't have to
Right.
keep doing this. But some women haven't even learned of this yet. So ladies, even you got to be careful nowadays. And you meet that man that's 40 something, 50 something, 60 something years old, and he's got a full hair of black hair with some thick waves. He's got some, some dreads or whatever the case is. And his cut is real tight. You know what I mean? He's looking debonair. You better question it, because he just might be wearing a man weave. You see that? The man weave. All you got to do is go on YouTube, and you can see there are there are barbers on YouTube that are showing themselves applying these man weaves on the men, and you can't tell. Let me see if they got any of the before. Oh, here's one right here, the before and after. So they go in looking like this. They, whatever, if you have any little bit of hair on the top, they cut it off, put the glue on, cut it up, and the next thing you know, he's looking like this. That's the man weave. Go in looking like this, come out looking like that. That's crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can't tell. You cannot tell. So look at this brother right here. Look at him. He goes in looking like this. He get his man weave put on, and then he walks out looking like this. They touch up his beard. So it's not just the men nowadays that got to be careful when they meet that woman. She got that long set of hair going all the way down to her back, and she got the makeup on. It's all fake. And the women, you need to watch out too. Like this right here. You could go in looking like this. You know what I mean? I think my hairline is not that far from that. I still got a little bit growing in, but I'm sure probably in the next 5 years, it'll be just like this. So you could go in like this and come out looking like that. This is what my hair looked like when I was in high school and just graduating high school, and I had the high top fade. All right. But there's no way in the world I'm going to go to a barber, pay a few $100s, because some of these brothers are paying some top dollars for them to do this to their hair. So he goes in looking like this, and then he comes out looking like that.
Right.
Even some of your celebrity men, these women be looking at going, oh, look at him. Like, you better question some of these men that are 50 and 60 years old and got these hairstyles that you're like, wait a minute, it's something not right. Look at this. This is how he goes in, and this is how he comes out. It's crazy. This is how he goes in. This is how he comes out. This one right here goes in, bald on the top, comes out with some waves. It's like insta wave. Here, look at it. I mean, it's crazy. Look at this. You go in looking like this, come out looking like this. Looking like $1 million. Complete transformation. But where is that coming from? It's coming from pride. Some of these men, too prideful to what? To want to age, because they still want to catch the young hotties. They still want to be out there, at 50 and 60 years old, trying to pick up 18, 19, and 20-year-olds. We should be way past that at this age. Way past that. Some of them are married, some of them are not married. Even so, though, even if you're not a married man at this age, at some point, you've got to grow up. You've got to let go of that pride and understand, you know what, man, I'm too old for this. Let me settle down. Or even if you don't find someone to settle down with, and get married and, you know, whatever the case is, at least stop hanging out at the club. Stop hanging out at the bars. Stop going out on the boys' nights out with your friends, hanging out like you're a bunch of high school kids. You know, I can't even remember the last time I hung out with my friends from high school, going out back when, when you were in high school and you go out trying to look for some girls. That
Right.
should have been let go a long time ago. But you still have some of these men that are 50 and 60 years old still out here running around chasing after girls. It's crazy. But as it says, the beginning of pride is one departed from God, and his heart is turned away from his maker. That's what that is. These men's hearts have been turned away from their maker. For pride is the beginning of sin. Pride is the beginning of sin. And that's what makes a man do this. It's pride. You don't want to get old. You don't want to look old. Because society has said a man with gray hair and a gray beard is not sexy. It's not handsome. So you can't get no women with gray hair and a gray beard. They're not going to pay attention to you. So they want to go back to looking young because they know that that's the end thing now. The young looking man, the young man. And you can see it goes on and on and on. Look at how many men are willing to go spend. Yeah, I wonder, actually, let me see. Let me type it in. How much does a man weave cost? Just to get an idea of how much these men are paying for these things. So this is just for the unit. That's not even, and this is for the Edomite ones. That's not even counting how much you got to pay the barber to actually install it on your head, because that's what they call it, an installation. 269, 269, 324, 239, 264. That's crazy. All right. The average cost of a man weave usually ranges from $200 to $800. And it takes about 9. Let me click on this. This is crazy. So that's pride talking. That you're willing to go spend anywhere from $200 to $900 man weave trend. Why are men wearing weaves? How it works. They got a YouTube video. No matter how you see it, extra hair will always boost someone's confidence, whether it's longer, curlier, more volume, or perhaps magically getting it back. A lot of men know they are going to be bald one day. The older they get, the more they anticipate the dreaded day of saying goodbye to their defined hairline and witnessing their hair thinning daily. But men accept it because there's an end, just like anything in life. Men's hair extensions help hair loss with men. It doesn't help your hair loss because what little bit of hair you do got on the top, you got to shave it off so that they can put the glue on there to put the man weave on. And how many times of you cutting that little bit of hair off is going to take for it to completely destroy your hair follicles to where it won't grow back? So you're actually causing more damage than helping. It says, in addition, male hair loss can be triggered by everyday habits such as smoking or taking certain medications, stress, and other medical conditions such as alopecia. How about just simple aging? You know what I mean? It says, because we are used to men balding, we need help to adapt to the idea of men getting their hair back, especially in a quick turnaround. So we need to adapt to it, not look at it as if it's crazy. You see a man one day, he's bald, and then the next day you see him, he's got a full set of hair. We got to learn to accept it, is basically what they're saying. We need help to adapt to the idea of men getting it. In other words, they're basically telling you, you just need to accept it. Says that if it did reappear overnight, it would shock us. What if I told you that men could get a full head of hair back? Well, it's happening now more than ever. Several men are considering getting a man weave. Yes, a man weave. Some call it a man unit. Male weave, men's hair extensions, formerly known as a toupee. Men are wearing hair units that are almost like wigs. The popularity of men installing these hair units has recently risen substantially. Men started a couple of years ago with this fresh new idea. Why man weaves? They yearn for confidence and feeling young again is the reason why men want to. Isn't that what I was just saying?
Yeah.
So the article is basically agreeing with what I said a second ago. It's that yearning for confidence and feeling young again is the reason why men want to get their hair back. It's just like women getting that exciting feeling about receiving new hair extensions in the mail, trying a different look, looking fresher and more beautiful after their installation. Men want that same feeling. Is this idea controversial? Historically, men have been known to think negatively about women wearing weaves and hair extensions. Now that men are starting to wear hair unit weaves, are men more appreciative of the hair industry? Do they see what hair can do to a person's confidence and lifestyle? Personally, I think culturally growing up, we have been used to the idea that men do not necessarily need hair to enjoy life. Men culturally and socially don't have to have hair to be attractive. Image is a very important thing to both men and women. And the fact that fashion trends are becoming more unisex and less gender specific shows just how much the image industry is a huge game changer, states Susan McCombie of Potentage.com. Hair bundles, weaves, wigs, and hair products are what, where is it getting to the part to where it was showing how much they pay for this? It says, and hair products are a multi-billion-dollar industry, and man weaves add to that industry. As hair weaves appear more and more accurate and natural, especially for men and women of color, you notice they got to put that the men and women of color, the dollars of this multi-billion-dollar industry continue to reach new heights and are available for anyone interested. Today, what you can do with hair is limitless. The black hair industry is forever evolving, spending over $2.5 billion. They're trying to make it like it's a good thing. Our people need to get away from this foolishness. This number shows the high, because guess where these man weaves and women weaves are coming from, and most likely China. Says this number shows the high importance of hair in the black community. Not only have African Americans, black men have bought into the idea, but man weaves come in different types of textures for all ethnicities, Caucasians, Latinos, Asians, etc. There is so much versatility when it comes to man weaves. Man weaves vary in length and style, such as braids, cornrows, realistic lock extensions, and different hair textures, such as straight, wavy, curly, afro kink. Yeah, you could get it like this. You could get dreadlocks. You see some of these men walking around with hair all the way down their back, down to the ground, like women now. It's crazy, and it's a man weave. So let me try and see if I just get to where it's showed, because I don't want to read all of this. Um, people's thoughts, the method, the cost, and process time. Here we go, all the way at the bottom. It says the average cost for man weaves usually ranges from $200 to $800. I'm blown away by that. That's crazy. And it takes up about 90 minutes to 2 hours to install. See, I told you that's what they call it, the installation. The texture of male weave can vary as well. Some of the most popular styles include the extra kinky man weave, 4 millimeter, kinky curly man weave, 6 millimeter, and afro wavy man weave, 8 millimeter. So I guess that's how they come, a toupee. A man weave lasts about 3 to 6 weeks with proper upkeep and maintenance. Those who have hair units should be careful about too much water exposure. Wearing a shower cap in the shower is a must. So in other words, you're not washing that thing, and is after 3 weeks, I'm sure that thing's got to stink. It says, although it is possible to wear a hair unit while swimming to get the full investment and lifespan of the man weaves, it depends on it. For $800, you better be doing everything you can to keep that thing going, because you don't want to pay $200 to $800 for a man weave, and then in 2 weeks you got to go spend another $200 to $800 to get it fixed. But even so, even after a few weeks or a month, that still go. Can you imagine that, spending $200 to $800 a month just to keep that look?
No.
That's crazy. Says also, clients should even wear a do-rag or head covering at night. I also recommend sleeping on a satin pillowcase. Many types of hair coverings help keep the texture and look of the hair long lasting and looking fresh. All right. So again, the man weave, what is that coming down to? Pride. And we just read, pride is the beginning of sin, because what's going to come along with that confidence that they're going to get? They're going to be out looking for some nice young hotties that they can mess around with, and nothing good is going to come from it. Baby mama drama, nothing good. All right. Let's go to 1 Samuel chapter 2 and verse 3.
The book of 1 Samuel, chapter 2 and verse 3. Talk no more so exceedingly proudly. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth, for the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed.
So talk no more so exceedingly proudly. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth, because that's what you see a lot on social media. You hear people, the things that come out of their mouth is, things that are just very proud, very arrogant. People cannot control their tongues nowadays. So it says, talk no more so exceeding proudly, let not arrogancy come out of your mouth. For the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. You are going to get judged by the Most High for your actions, for that pride, for that arrogancy, for that vain glory that you're seeking. All right, let's go to Proverbs 8 and 13.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 8 and verse 13. The fear of the Lord is to hate evil, pride and arrogancy, and the evil way, and the forward mouth do I hate.
So the Lord is saying that pride and that arrogancy is evil. It's evil to him. And the fear of the Lord is to hate evil, pride and arrogancy, and the evil way, and the forward mouth do I hate. Because along with that confidence that comes along with, people becoming so vain, people becoming so narcissistic, they think they could talk to people any way they want, they could treat people any way they want, because they got this newfound confidence. They've got, they feel better because they think they look better. And then foolish things starts coming out of them, which the Lord says is evil. Their minds are corrupt. All right. Let's go to Isaiah 13 and 11. See one more precept about what the Lord says about this pride and arrogancy. Don't
The
want
book
to
of
use too many
Isaiah,
precepts because we want to move on to the next.
the book of Isaiah, chapter 13 and verse 11. And I will punish the world for their evil, and the wicked for their iniquity, and I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease, and will lay low the haughtiness of the terrible.
So this is what the Lord said he's going to do to people that have that pride within them, that arrogancy. These narcissists that, are running around society. He says, and I will punish the world for their evil and the wicked for their iniquity, and I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease. So all this foolishness we see going on in the world is going to be gone. When Christ comes back, there's not going to be any more TikTok. There ain't going to be no Facebook. There isn't going to be any more Instagram. There isn't going to be any more Twitter. None of that's going to be, it's going to be gone. All this narcissistic behavior is going to get dealt with by Christ when he comes back. He says, and I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease and will lay low the haughtiness of the terrible. How is he going to do that? You're going to die. Put it to you bluntly. When Christ comes back, the people that are conducting themselves in this way, you're going to see a whole lot of people getting killed. Because Christ is not coming back to hold hands with people and sing kumbaya. Christ is coming back with a vengeance. Christ is coming back to punish. And he's letting us know right here in Isaiah what he's going to do to the people that are full of arrogancy and pride. How is he going to make that arrogancy and pride to cease from among these billions of people on the earth? What is he going to do? Pull out a belt and whoop everybody and spank them? Send them to their rooms and put them on timeout? That's not what's going to happen. There's going to be a whole lot of DEATH going on when Christ comes back. A whole lot of it. And us Israelites, if we don't want to be a part of it, what do we need to do? We need to repent. We need to change. All right. So continue on with 2 Timothy 3:16. Part of these perilous times. It said that people would be lovers of themselves. We've talked about that. The love of self is one of the major problems in society today, because people become what? People become selfish, hateful. People become arrogant and haughty. All these words that we're hearing about in these precepts. But the second one he mentions is covetous. People would become covetous. Let's look up the word covetous. Give me a second. Let me go here. Covetous meaning: having or showing a great desire to possess something belonging to someone else. It sums it up in a nutshell. That's what American society is built on: covetousness. This holiday season is built upon covetousness. Christmas is nothing but covetousness. Having or showing a great desire to possess something belonging to someone else. Why do these kids want to have an iPhone and they start begging their parents for an iPhone for Christmas? Well, simply because a kid or some kids at school already have an iPhone and they desire to have what those kids have. And I can attest to that because I remember being a kid and wanting certain things for Christmas because the kids in the neighborhood had some of those same things and you wanted to have the same things. Whether, you're asking for, He-Man, G.I. Joe, a new bike,
Right.
you know what I mean? Motor scooter, whatever it could be. Asking for these things for Christmas because you may have seen other kids with them and you're like, man, that's fun. Oh, I want one of those too. And it hasn't stopped and nothing's changed. Christmas is still the same. The kids see another kid may have, they go to their house and, they may have, what do you call it? PlayStation 5. Actually, now that it's popping in my eye, I can think back. Wanting the first Nintendo as a kid when it came out.
Right.
I had the Intellivision, you know what I mean, and things like that. I remember going to a friend's house and his parents had just bought him the Nintendo. I may have been in like sixth grade, and he's like, "Oh man, watch this new video game system I just got." And we sat there playing Duck Hunt and some of these other games, and right there, like, man, I gotta get me one of these. I gotta have one. This is cool. And of course, I grew up around Edomites. So going from living in the ghetto where, kids didn't have Ataris and ColecoVision and televisions and, these expensive BMX bikes and stuff like that. The bikes we got, for Christmas back then, it was like the Huffy. You know what I mean? That they had it like Pep Boys and stuff like that. I didn't know. I didn't, really find out about the GTs, the Diamondbacks, the Mongooses, the Red Lines. You know what I mean? All these different bikes that BMX bikes until I moved around these Edomites.
Right.
I was in the fourth grade when I moved around these Edomites. And all of a sudden, you seeing these kids riding around on these chromed out bikes, these expensive bikes, parents just buying them for them left and right. It's like, man, I gotta have me one of those. It was embarrassing. Here I am riding around in my Huffy. You know what I mean? And all these kids got GTs. Like I said, the Diamondbacks that were, popular back then. The Mongooses. You wanted it. That's covetousness. And that's what this society brings. That's why I said last week. Now knowing the truth, I'm embarrassed. Now looking back as a kid and knowing that moving around these kids turned me into this kind of kid where I had become covetous and started asking for stuff from my parents that, you know what I mean? They 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 were in the position to buy it, but they shouldn't. Now looking back at it in hindsight, no. And it's also not that I, as a kid growing up, I was doing anything bad to where you say I didn't deserve it because I did the things that they asked of me. But it's just a fact of Christmas, birthdays, these holidays that are full of what? Covetousness. Having or showing a great desire to possess something belonging to someone else. Go to my friends' houses and their rooms, they got Star Wars figures everywhere, Masters of the Universe everywhere, GI Joe, Transformers. And they're like, oh yeah, you're playing with it, like, man, I want one of these, I want these too. Mom, Dad, can I get? We have got to learn to do what? To reverse this covetousness, to stop the kids from even asking for this stuff by simply telling them, no, no, we don't celebrate, we're not celebrating these holidays anymore. Opening up the scriptures and showing them the reason why. Let's go to Exodus 20 and 17. What does the scripture say about being covetous? And this is why the kids are this way. I know this is the reason why I was that way. Even though I was going to church as a kid, didn't nobody ever teach us nothing about the Ten Commandments,
Right.
about being covetous. You went to church and they were talking about Christmas and baby Jesus and, and Jesus, the reason for the season and all this stuff. Go ahead.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20 and verse 17. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is in thy neighbor's.
So thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Anything that is your neighbor's. And you see that so often in society now. You've heard us say it before. You live in a neighborhood. One person goes and buys a new car, then all of a sudden, neighbor after neighbor after neighbor is buying a new car. Um, a neighbor goes and gets something done to their home. They fix something on their home. Then all the neighbors got to get it done.
Right.
A neighbor goes and buys a boat. Everybody on the street now is going out buying boats. You know what I mean? You see that covetousness going on. And then even going as far as you see in some neighborhoods where these things happen, where some of these neighbors start engaging in extramarital affairs with their neighbors' wives or husbands. These things go on in some of these neighborhoods, and especially in these middle class and upper middle class neighborhoods. This stuff goes on. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor most of us don't have any men servants or maid servants nowadays. But back then, that would be something that, your neighbor might have a worker that works at their home that you're like, man, that's a good man servant, man. She's a good maid servant. Man, I need to have them. And underhandedly, hey, you know what? I'll pay you more to come work for me than. And you see that in business nowadays, though. You see that. They may see that this particular business or company has a good worker, and they're like, hey, you know what? I gotta have you. I see all the good things you're doing for this company, and you know what? I'll pay you more. Come work for me. So you do see that in society, that covetousness. But it says, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. And when it says anything, it means anything, because that's what happens. With covetousness comes envy. People don't correlate the two, but that's what it is. It's envy. You're envying something or someone and what they've got, and you desire to have it. You want it. All right. Let's go to Sirach chapter 10 and verse 9.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 10 and verse 9. Why is earth and ashes proud? There is not a more wicked thing than a covetous man. For
Read that
such
again. Reread that again.
there is not.
I'm telling you guys, this is one of the, it wasn't just Exodus 20 and 17. It's when I read this one that it really struck me like, man, I can't believe that the Lord is telling me I was a little wicked, evil kid, being a little wicked, covetous little kid, watching all these little Edomite kids around me with all this stuff and desiring to want to have it just like they did. And it's not just me. There are a lot of our people, especially nowadays, that are moving into these suburban areas around, nothing but Edomites, and their kids got to go to school with these Edomites. And it's nothing new. It's the same thing. In order to fit in, you want and desire to have the same thing these kids have. What are we going to do about it? We got to teach these kids the commandments. All right. And just make it like really just hit you. Like when I read, there is not a more wicked thing than a covetous man. When I read that, I was like, whoa. When you really get that, whoa.
Right.
Like, man, the Lord is not playing. He's for real. And you start thinking back, like, man, wanted to, to call, moms on the phone. Hey, Remember, the Masters of the Universe you got me as a kid, and the transform, the Voltron, the bikes, and this. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know I was acting like such a little wicked, little demonic, covetous, you know what I mean, little kid asking you for these things. I didn't know. I didn't know, according to God, that it was wrong for me to be begging you for this stuff because I saw the other kids have it. You know what I mean? That's I'm serious. I was like, man, I feel like I was picking up the phone. And it's kind of like, you know what, man, I'm sorry. I had no idea. And then you got to think, how much money a family can save just from not buying their kids, all this stuff, because that's what it
Right.
is, stuff, stuff. Because what happens to that stuff? As you get older, it just gets tucked away in a closet somewhere and just left, and to be given away somewhere, donated, thrown away, whatever the case is. All this stuff kids ask for, and it's a waste of money. Honestly, it is. It's a big waste of money. All right. So there is not a more wicked thing than a covetous man. Read on.
There is not a more wicked thing than a covetous man, for such an one setteth his own soul to sale, because while he liveth, he casteth away his bowels.
All right. So we want to keep that in mind. What the Lord says about being covetous. Go to Sirach 14 and 9.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 14 and verse 9. A covetous man eye is not satisfied with his portion, and the iniquity of the wicked dried up his soul.
So the Lord is telling us a covetous man's eye is not satisfied with his portion, because that's what covetous comes from. It comes from envy, it comes from jealousy, it comes from desiring to have something that someone else has, because you're not satisfied with what the Lord has given you. That's what covetous man's eye is not satisfied with his portion. You may see that on a job. One worker may find out another worker got a raise, and now they're jealous, they're mad. And now they're going to the boss like, hey, wait a minute, what's up? Why did they get a raise? Why didn't I get one? What's going on? You're not satisfied with your portion. One family member may buy a house, and the other family member may get jealous and be like, hey, oh man, how did they be able to get that house? Now they got to go buy a bigger, better house. Because why? They weren't satisfied with their portion. You see that with cars, like I mentioned earlier, boats. You see these things going on in society and in neighborhoods. Um, One man may meet a beautiful woman, and now his friends, are looking at her and checking her out. And in some cases, it doesn't even matter if it's a best friend, a family member. Now they're underhandedly trying to whisper in her ear, trying to do little things to entice her and seduce her. Or maybe they go and try and find somebody that looks like her and is like her, or looks better, because, a covetous man's eye is not satisfied with his portion. He's not satisfied with the woman he's got. Now it's like, man, so and so, wow, man. Now they got to go find somebody else. And it's the same thing with women too. Women do the same thing, and they're doing the same thing. Why? Because a covetous man's eye is not satisfied with his portion.
Right.
You're just simply not satisfied. You're not content with the things that the Lord has given you. So you continue to desire more and more and more what others had. That's where it comes from. That's where it stems from. All right. And we all at some point have to take a self-examination and understand where that part of us has come from. I know where it comes from for me because I grew up around it. I grew up in a situation in an area where, and I'm not exaggerating. Anyone that knows anything about Southern California, that knows anything about um, the city of Santa Clarita where I grew up, which is right next to Six Flags Magic Mountain, that right now you can't even buy a home there for less than seven to $800,000. All the homes there now are anywhere from 700,000 to $800,000 to over $1 million. The city is deemed the fourth safest city in the nation. You have a lot of celebrities that live in the area. And you could go on and on with the number of celebrities that live there. That's the place where Paul Walker died. All right. Actually, I before I came in the truth, I was there um, for visiting my family for Thanksgiving. I was in Harbor Freight in line buying buying my dad a Christmas present, celebrating the wicked holidays. When I was sitting in line, and all of a sudden everybody started looking at their phone, and I'm looking like, what is everybody looking at their phones for? And the cashier was like, "Oh man, did you guys just hear Paul Walker just died over there in the industrial center?" And they were like, "What? Are you serious?" And people broke out the store, jumped in their cars to drive over there to go see, because where he died was only like a couple of minutes drive from the Harbor Freight. But this is the place. The high school, Saugus High School, where they had the school shooting a couple of years ago. That was all over. I graduated from that high school. So if anybody that knows anything about this area will know I'm not exaggerating when I say that you have some of our people that are, so-called blacks, Hispanics, that grow up in these areas like this, and you want to fit in. And I'm telling you this from experience, all right, because I lived it. Because if you don't, you get ostracized, you get chastised, you know what I mean? You see those kids get teased and talked about, and high school life, junior high school life is not pleasant. And it was already hard enough because you got called nigga every day.
Right.
Not only having to deal with the racism from the other kids and their parents and things like that. That there's people don't understand what some of these kids are going through when when they get moved to these areas by their parents. All right. So we have got to teach our kids who they are, because what is gonna build up the image of our kids? What's gonna build up their confidence? This Bible, and knowing you're an Israelite. There's nothing more satisfying. There is nothing more important on this earth than the children of God, other than God and Christ themselves and the Word. There's nothing more valuable for us than that. The Father, the Son, the Word, which is the Bible, and His people. That's what's going to build up confidence in our children. That's what's going to allow them to be able to function in society without having to feel inferior to these other nations. Because I know, because that's how I was made to feel. And a lot of the kids, the so-called blacks and Hispanic kids that I knew growing up, the few of us that lived in the area, that's what we had to endure every day. All right. So everything about today's society is about being covetous. As we just read, a covetous man's eye is not satisfied with his portion. And that's what we're teaching these kids at a young age, not to be satisfied with what? With their portion. When they go to school, you got to be wearing a certain amount of a certain kind of clothes. You get teased if you're not wearing certain types of shoes. Laughed at if if you don't have the latest hairstyle, and so on and so forth. When you look at neighborhoods, the kind of homes, the kind of cars, the spouses, the kind of jobs they have, the salary. You're seeing some of these kids, taking vacations with their families. All of that, you know what I mean? As a young kid, you start to envy that. You start to covet that. Man, how come my family don't do this stuff? These are things that need to be talked about among our people. To what are we going to do in order to have our kids not want to envy? Get that, envy thou not the oppressor. Um, what is that? Ecclesiastes 5.
Right. See.
Like, what can we do to teach the kids to not envy the oppressor? No, that's keep thy foot. What is
Yeah, that is keep thy foot.
uh no, it's Proverbs.
Yeah, that is Proverbs.
Oh, that's right, I spelled it wrong. That is Proverbs 3:31. See how I get those mixed up.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 3 and verse 31. Envy thou not the oppressor, and choose none of his ways.
Envy thou not the oppressor, and choose none of his ways. Envy thou not the oppressor, and choose none of his ways. And I remember, I can't remember exactly what grade I was in. And, it was just one of those things where the teacher was going around, the classroom and asking the kids what their parents did for a living, and going around the classroom. And some of these, oh, my parents, a doctor. Oh, my dad's an attorney. You know what I mean? There was one girl. Oh, my dad works for the mayor. So her dad, worked for them. I remember she had the mayor do a phone call into our class one day, and the class got to talk to the mayor of the city because her dad worked for the mayor, and you know what I mean. And there was this one Edomite kid. I ended up growing up playing football and everything with him. His dad was a professional hockey player. His dad was I'm not going to say it was a very well known hockey player. All right. So here he is bragging about his dad. Oh, my dad's a professional hockey player. Everybody, he was one of the popular kids in school. And then it came to me. What does your dad do? My dad was a bus driver. At the time, I didn't know any better, any difference. And I'm like, oh, my dad drives a bus. And every single one of them Edomite kids started laughing, laughed at me. I never told this to my parents, never told them, never told them. Started laughing. Your dad's a bus driver. But as a kid, I didn't know, that being a bus driver, especially back in them days when he started, drove for 37 years, that there's nothing wrong with it. But at that time as a kid, I was made to feel like, that was just, being something that I was beneath everything else. So we have got to teach the kids to understand that there's nothing wrong with being satisfied with what the Lord's given you. And quite honestly, to even put it into perspective, him being a bus driver, he actually made a lot of the kids that I grew up around, their parents were cops, sheriff deputies, LAPD. Even on the street that I lived on, we had 3 cops that lived on our block. One was a CHP officer. We had one, and to this day, I still don't even know. He was some kind of a undercover. I don't know if he worked for the FBI or what he did, because he never talked about. All we know is he had his undercover car, parked in his driveway all the time. All of his kids were grown and out of the house, so he didn't really come out much. But we had a lot of LAPD officers. A lot of the kids I grew up with, as it went around the classroom that day, oh, my dad's a cop, my dad, but not realizing that my dad at the time, being a bus driver, was making more than their parents. I didn't
Right.
know at that time. I had no idea. But later on in life, I came to understand that, oh, I didn't know that, in reality, him being a bus driver is making more than a lot of those parents. But it just doesn't get that same esteem as someone saying, oh, my dad's an attorney. Oh, my dad's a doctor. You know what I mean? But that covetousness, that being shamed in this society by these Edomite kids, we've got to teach our kids who they are so that they can grow up and have a sense of self. And there's nothing that anybody can say, anything anybody can do to break their confidence, because that's what's happening to a lot of these kids in these schools. Their confidence are being broken. Because why? There's very few of our people in some of these schools. These are some of the ones that get forgotten about as far as our people, the kids that are growing up in these middle class and upper middle class neighborhoods and going to these middle class and upper middle class schools. These are some of the ones that are getting forgotten about, um, and even by the Israelite community to a point. Actually, in fact, I forgot, my sister actually sent me a picture of a few brothers out there teaching out on the streets, and I was shocked to see it. It was like, there, you mean some Israelites out on the streets teaching there? It was like, oh, I'll send you the picture. I meant to send it to you. It was a
Right.
couple of Northern Kingdom brothers and one Judite, and from what they had on, I was thinking that it might be GMS. I'm not too. I wasn't, just based on the garments that they had on and the sign that they had. But I'm not sure. I don't know if they're with the camp or who they're with, but it looked like they might. Let me see if I can get that picture real quick. Let me see. Yeah, she just sent it to me on December 21st. Try and cover up her name so you guys will know the name of my sister. Oh man, that's not going to work. Let me see. So she sent me that picture. So looking at it, can you see it clear?
Yeah.
There it is, clearing up. So doesn't it look like they just could possibly be GMS
Yeah.
from the garments and
The sign.
the board the sign that they've got? So I was curious, like, what? Next time go try and find them, and and see who they are. Um, but I was shocked when she told me, like, what? There in that area, you mean they're being allowed to go out in the streets and teach and nobody's bothering them? It's like, oh, all right, all praises. Um, but we need to teach our kids, because it's the ones that are in areas like that are not, that are being overlooked in a way. Because yeah, we want to go into the inner cities and wake up our people in the rough neighborhoods, the bad neighborhoods. But we also got to remember that there's a whole nother side of our people just like you read about in the Apocrypha, that are growing up in these other, around these other nations, and doing what? Basically taking on their, their characteristics, taking on their mannerism, you know what I mean? And adapting to the environment and becoming like them. You know what I mean? So we need to wake up some of these kids. Um, so when it comes to this covetousness, we're seeing it again at school. We're seeing it in the neighborhoods. These holidays, Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's Eve, Valentine's Day, Easter, all of these holidays is all built upon covetousness. Your job, everything from your salary, the position, everything is all about covetousness. Sports, the money, the fame, the influence, all comes down to what? Covetousness. Everything in this society is built upon covetousness. All right. So I pray that that sinks into people. And the solution is right here in front of us. We're reading it. We've got to teach our people the commandments. We have a full lesson about Commandment 10 that we just read from Exodus 20 and 17 about being covetous. We have a whole lesson on it. Go and watch it if you get a chance. All right. Let's go on to the third one. So, boasters. We have a lot of our people that, that are on social media boasting about the things that they have. That's rampant in society. People flashing their money, people boasting. So let's find out about boasting, the actual meaning. What does it mean to boast? Boasting, excessively proud and self satisfied talk about one's achievements, possessions, or abilities. Let me read it again. Excessively proud and self satisfied talk about one's achievements, possessions, or abilities. So you're boasting. All right. So let's open this one. Let's go to Psalms 49 in verses 6 through 20.
The book of Psalms, chapter 49, and verse 6. They that trust in their wealth and boast themselves in the multitude of their riches, none of them can by
So stop
any
right there
means
for a second. They that trust in, can you hear me, or is there it sounds like there's a lag now? Is it slowing
their
down?
what? Little bit.
All right. It says they that trust in their wealth and boast themselves in the multitude of their riches. So again, you see this all on social media. People boasting about the riches they've got. Go ahead.
None of them can by any means redeem his brother, nor give to God a ransom for him, for the redemption of their soul is precious, and it ceaseth forever. That he should still live forever and not see corruption. For he
Corruption is
seeth,
talking about the body decaying.
that wise men die, likewise the fool and the brutish person perish, and leaveth their wealth to others. Their inward thoughts is that their house shall continue forever, and their dwelling place to all generations. They call their lands after their own names. Nevertheless, man being in honor abideth not, he is like the beasts that perish. This their way is their folly, yet their posterity approve their sayings. Salah. Like sheep, they are laid in their grave. Death shall feed on them, and the upright shall have dominion over them in the morning, and their beauty shall consumed in the grave from their dwelling. But God will redeem my soul from the power of the grave, for he shall receive me. Salah. Be not thou afraid when glory is his house is increased.
Oh,
For
you skip some. It says, "Be not
okay,
thou afraid when one is made rich, when the glory of his
right.
house is increased."
For when he dieth, he shall carry nothing away. His glory shall not descend after him. Though while he liveth, he bless his soul, and men will praise thee when thou doest well to thyself. He shall go to the generations of his fathers; they shall never see light. Man that is man that is in honor and understandeth not is like the beast that perisheth.
All
That
right.
perish.
So this is talking about these people that, they trust in their wealth. They trust and boast themselves in the multitude of their riches, like the Donald Trumps of the world. You know what I mean? They don't understand that you could have all the possessions in the world and it's not going to do anything for you. All right. Um, it just popped in my head. Is that Luke chapter 12 and verse 15? I think it is. Luke 12 and 15. For one's life does not, I know I'm paraphrasing it, is basically telling you that your life is not made up of the multitude of your possessions
Right.
or the amount of
Um.
possessions that you possess. Is that it? Is that Luke
Yeah.
12 and 15?
The book of Luke,
All
chapter
right.
12, and verse 15. And he said unto them, take heed and beware of covetousness, for a man's life consisteth not in the abundance of the things which he possesseth.
All right. So it's telling us beware of covetousness because a man's life does not consist of the things that he possesses. And that's what society is teaching us, that it's all about what you possess. It's all about what you have, what kind of house you have, what kind of car you drive, what kind of um, job you've got, how many followers you've got online. All of this. And in the midst of it, people boasting about how much money they let me try this. Let me see. Let me type in flexing,
Right.
see what comes in. And I bet you it's probably going to be some bodybuilders or someone. What did I tell you? How did I know? That's crazy. That's not the kind of flexing. All right, let me put flexing money online. Flexing money, and that's also part of it too, because you do see a lot of people, they're into, the working out, and they want to, show off their physiques and stuff like that online. You see a lot of that. Images. Oh, here we go. All right, so this is that. These people boasting in the multitude of their riches. All right. But like I said, when you actually look closely, you can start to see that a lot of this money is fake. Unless it's one of these celebrities, unless it's somebody like Floyd Mayweather that's walking with a stack of cash, then you know his is real. But some of these, normal everyday people with a stack of, $100 bills like this, and
hmm
you know what I mean? It's like, come on. And in a lot of cases, it has come to the point to where some of these kids, look at this, a little boy, looks like he's probably like 9, 10 years old. Look at this little boy here. Oh, this is the one I saw, Lil Tay, from back,
hmm
back when they had her on here flashing her money, boasting of your riches. This is what society has come to, and this is one of the things we were warned about. That people will be lovers of themselves, covetous, boasters, and that's exactly what you see going on. People, what is that he got? Is that a 20? It looks like a 20 So he's got a total of like $30. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's got $30 and he's flexing it.
Right.
See, like this right here, that looks fake. That doesn't look real. Some of them, you got to look real closely at, and you can see that some of it is fake. See, like this here, that doesn't look real. It looks fake. Just look at the color of it. Looking at the color of the money. But this is what I'm saying. People willing to do anything and everything. This is why that kid XXX Tentacion got murdered. He
Mm-hmm.
got unalive because these kids saw he was on social media, went pulled the money out of the bank and went to, he's going to buy a motorcycle or something like that. And they went and robbed him. And in the midst of robbing him, they shot and killed him. Or unalived him. Let me stop saying that word for you all of a sudden see YouTube kick us off. But this is what this is talking about. They that trust in their wealth and boast themselves in the multitude of their riches. This is what society is teaching us. There's that Tekashi 6ix9ine, this wicked demon. Look at this
Right.
little boy, probably 7, 8 years old. If even that, maybe, yeah, like 6, 7, 8 years old. But this is what society is breeding. Everything is about how much money you got, how much wealth you got, how much influence you got. Nobody care about the Most High. It just goes on and on. All right. So what are we going to do? We've got to teach our kids the commandments of the Most High. Because as it says, for when he dieth, he shall carry nothing away. All the riches in the world. When you die, you know what I mean? You see some of these people these celebrities, you read about having 2, 3, 4, or 5 houses. They got a house in New York. They got a house in Miami. They got a house in LA. They got a vacation home overseas somewhere, a vacation home on one of these islands someplace. They got a yacht or a couple of them. They got 2, 3 fancy cars at each of their homes. So when they go visit each house, they got cars there they can drive. That's what society is bred. That's what's
Right.
being pushed. But they don't take the time to realize that when they die, you can't take it with you.
Right.
Look at Michael Jackson. Look at Prince. You could go on, look at the long list of celebrities that have unfortunately left us earlier than they should have, and than they needed to. And no amount of money in the world could stop them from dying. They couldn't take none of it with them. Michael couldn't take Neverland with him. Prince couldn't take, what was the name? Was it Paisley Park? Was that the name of his place? He couldn't take it with him. In fact, he was found in the elevator at his own home. He was unalived alone or died alone. Whether somebody was the cause of it or not is still up to speculation, but um, I still say that when you listen to the 911 calls, the person that called 911 in Michael's DEATH is the same person that called 911 in Prince's DEATH.
Oh.
Same voice, same manner of calling. If you don't believe, go listen to it. And nobody's never brought it up. Sounds like the same person that called 911. But again, I don't want to get sidetracked, but they couldn't take none of it with them. You're going to build up this wealth. You're going to accumulate all this wealth. Donald Trump has no idea, he's not thinking about the Most High. He's not thinking about the fact that when he goes, he's not going to be able to take none of his wealth with him. Not going to be able to do it. Oprah, she's not going to be able to take none of her wealth with her.
Nope.
But that's what you hear all the time. Man, I'm gonna get on YouTube and I'm gonna start a channel, and then I want to have 100,000 followers in the next 2 months, and then by the end of the year, I want to hit 1 million followers. And then when I hit 1 million followers, and I'm bringing in that money, and then next year, I'm gonna buy me a Ferrari. It was one dude. What was he saying? If you're 22 years old, 21, 22 years old, and you're not driving a Lambo, there's something wrong with you in this day and time, because the money is there. It's like, are you serious? And that's what it's coming down to. These kids think that you're supposed to already be an instant millionaire in high school just because they're seeing all these little high school, actors and actresses that are, making this money, these influencers making money. So now everybody's supposed to be a millionaire before they even graduate high school now. It's crazy. How many of these kids you hear talking about, I ain't working on 9 to 5. Forget that. I'm above that. I'm not working on 9 to 5. So they don't even want to go out and get a, like when I was growing up, everybody, all the high school kids went and got a job. Now they don't want a job. They want the quick money. All right. Bragging about what they're going to do tomorrow. But what does the scripture say about it? Let's go to Proverbs 27 and 1-2.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 27 and verse 1. Boast not thyself of tomorrow. Boast not thyself of tomorrow, for thou knowest not what a day might bring forth. Let another man praise thee, and not thine own mouth, a, a stranger, and not thy own lips.
All right, because you hear people talk about that all. Oh man, just wait till next week, or wait till next month when I get my da 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 da. Man, I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna buy this, and I'm gonna get me a, and I'm gonna. You hear that all the time. I'm gonna. I'm gone. I'm gonna. I'm go get this. I'm go buy that. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. The Lord says, boast not thyself of tomorrow, for thou knowest not what a day may bring. You don't even know. You may die tonight in your sleep.
Right.
You might walk out the door right now and get into a car accident, and that's all she wrote. You just don't know. Nowadays, you could go buy fast food from a fast food restaurant and not know that there's something wrong with it and end up in the hospital and be gone. That's how easy it is nowadays for people to just go. You're hearing about these things. It says, let another man praise thee and not thine own mouth, a stranger and not thine own lips. In other words, he's saying, stop bragging about what you got, where you going, where you been, what you've been doing in life. Because again, that's what society brings. And again, it goes back to that envy. It goes back to that covetousness, um, that sense of wanting to fit in, that peer pressure, like a high school reunion. You've got the 10-year, the 20-year, the 30-year, 40-year reunions and stuff like that. People on social media, you know what I mean? You have people that you may have gone to school with back in the day, people you grew up with. And people don't want to be that one person that people look at and be like, man, what happened to their life? Oh man, they turned out to be a bum. Oh man, they didn't turn out to be nothing. Oh, nobody wants to be that person. So you see a lot of people on social media boasting about what they got, showing off what what they've accumulated in life, going to their 10-year, their 20, 30-year reunion so that they could brag to everybody about what they've accomplished in life, the degrees that they may have earned, the travels they may have, done, the homes, the cars, show off their husband, their wife that they may have now. Some to show off the new body they may have accumulated since they've graduated. They've gone through a transformation. The ugly duckling is now, fresh and fit and, fine, handsome, beautiful, whatever, terms you want to use. And this is what society brings. This is what they breed in today's society, in this world. But we were warned against this stuff, that people would be lovers of themselves, they would be covetous, and they would be boasters. And we're seeing it coming to fruition before our very eyes. Let's go to James 4 and 13 through 17.
Book of James, chapter 4 and verse 13. Go to now, ye that say, today or tomorrow we will go into such a city and continue there a year and buy and sell and get gain. Whereas you know not what shall be on the morrow, for what is your life? It is even a vapor that appeareth for a little time and then vanisheth away. For that ye ought to say, if the Lord will, we shall live and do this or that. But now ye rejoice in your boasting, all such rejoicing in evil. Therefore, to him that knoweth to do good and doeth it not, to him it is sin.
That is heavy. Therefore, to
Yeah.
him that knoweth to do good and doeth it not, to him it is sin. So there are a lot of our people, they know that they're supposed to be doing good, but they don't do it. The Lord is saying that is sin. All right. But James 4 and 13 through 17 is carrying on what we just read in Proverbs 27 and 1 through 2 about not boasting yourself of tomorrow. It's saying the same thing. Go to now, ye that say, today or tomorrow, we will go into such a city and continue there a year, buy and sell and get gain. You hear people talk, oh man, uh, let's go to, whatever city, let's set up. We'll start a food service, business, or we'll start whatever it is, and make that money. He's telling you, you don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. He says, for what is your life? It is even a vapor that appears for a little time and then vanisheth away. We don't know how much time we got on this earth. Look at how fast time flies. I still can't believe that it's been over 30 years that I graduated high school.
Right.
It's been over 30 years. I graduated in 91. We're now in so-called 2024. The time just goes quick, and you're looking back. So basically, it's funny that I was talking about to my wife about this the other night too. Like 50 years old. At this point, all you're doing is waiting for your day to die. That's it. You seriously. Well, once you hit this milestone, it's just like, all right, man, all I'm doing now is just waiting for the day until I go. That's it. Because as it says, your life is like a vapor. It's like, man, how fast did it go by? Even if I were, Lord's will, able to live until I'm 70, 80 years old, another 20, 30 years, how fast is that going to go by? It's going to go by so quick. But you don't know. I could be gone tomorrow. You just don't know. But you better be prepared. And see, what society tells you is you better be prepared. You better have your last will and testament put together, which is, smart to have your life insurance policy set up, have have things in order.
Right.
But there's always that one tiny, tiny detail that gets left out. How about your relationship with the Most High?
Right.
Have you repented? Really repented as an Israelite? Started keeping the commandments, keeping his high holy days? Have you separated yourself from the world? Have you done it? You see, nobody likes to talk about that aspect. It's almost taboo to even mention it or talk about it when somebody passes away. But you don't know because you can't take nothing with you. We're only here for a little time. Born today, gone tomorrow. So, as he says, for that you ought to say what you should be saying instead of boasting of tomorrow. If the Lord will, we shall live and do this or that. If the Lord will, we shall live and do this or that. That's why you always hear Israelites when they're teaching constantly saying, if Lord willing, tomorrow we could go into such and such a city and teach. If Lord willing, we can be online again and teach and wake up our brothers. Lord willing, we can help our brothers and sisters with this, this, and that, because we understand the scriptures. And I'm not just talking about us, I'm talking about a lot of our Israelite brothers that you see teaching online. You will hear them saying that. And a lot of people most likely don't understand why they're saying it. This is the reason why, because of James 4, because that's what the Lord says we ought to be saying, not boasting about, you know what, man, on Friday, I'm going to go out, I'm going to go up to such and such, we're going to, go out there and bring the word out strong, try and wake our people up. It's not what we're supposed to be doing. We're not supposed to be boasting of tomorrow, boasting about what we're going to be doing with this word. But if Lord willing, make it
Right.
until the Sabbath next week. Lord willing, we'll bring you another lesson up. Lord willing, I'll be able to go on that vacation. Lord willing, I may get that raise. Lord willing, my boss is going to let me have the high holy day off. Lord willing, that's how we ought to be speaking. He says, but now ye rejoice in your boastings. All such rejoicing is evil. Let me read that again. But now ye rejoice in your boastings. All such rejoicing is evil. Therefore, to him that knoweth to do good and doeth it not, to him it is sin. So, finding out what sin is, 1 John 3 and 4 is not the only place that tells you what sin is. Even though it's one of the more clear places you can go, but there are other places in the scripture you can go to show that not keeping his commandments is sin. All right, let's go to the book of Sirach, chapter 11 and verse 4.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 11 and verse 4. Boast not of thy clothing, and raiment, and exalt not thyself in the day of honor. For the works of the Lord are wonderful, and his works among men are hidden.
All right. So he's telling you clearly, boast not of thy clothing and raiment, because again, this is another thing you see happening all over social media, all throughout society. People boasting about what kind of clothes they got. They got to have the Jordan shoes. They got to have the Louis Vuitton bags, the Louis Vuitton clothing, the what is it, Prada, whatever else is out there. They got to have the name brands, and then once they get it, they boast about it, and
Hmm.
you see it all over social media. They get that new $1,000 purse or $2,000 purse. I am shocked at the amount of money women are paying just to have a purse.
Right.
What's wrong with going to Walmart and buying a $10 or $15 purse from Walmart because the same CRAP is going to go in it? Whether it's $1,000 purse or a $10 purse, you're still going to put the same crap in there. Am I right? That's why the CRAP, the same stuff is going to go in there. But that's what they've bred in society. The women got to have these expensive purses, and then they want to brag about them. We just saw the thing about the man weave. How much men are spending to get a man weave? $200 to $800. It's crazy. But you notice these men aren't going online and bragging about that. They're just putting the pictures up. They're
Right.
not going on there and saying, "See, look at my new man weave. You see it? It's
Right.
tight, huh?" They're not saying that. They don't want you to know the truth. They won't tell you that. But all this bragging about what they've got on social media. Let me do this. Let me go to this article real quick. This is from Psychology Today. It says why people should stop bragging on social media. Why people should stop bragging on social media. Boasting about professional accomplishments has negative repercussions. A few weeks ago, while checking my LinkedIn feed, I was shocked to see a post from a well known marketing professor that was nothing more than a blatant boast. It went something like this: I have X thousand citations on Google Scholar. I am one of the most cited academics in the field. The post didn't offer anything of substance or insight. Its subtext was, admire me. I am amazing. My research is more cited than anyone else's. The post diminished my opinion of this individual considerably. But see, unfortunately, that's almost what people need to do nowadays in order to even get noticed to get a job.
Right.
Is that's basically on these LinkedIn profiles and all this stuff where people are putting their what do you call it, their work history. I can't even think of the name of it right now.
Resume.
Yeah, your resume. Thank you. All right, people are putting their resume. That's basically what a resume is. A resume is basically you boasting about your accomplishments, telling your possible future employer about who you are and what you've accomplished in life. That's what this society is based on. That's what it feeds off of. So I don't know why this person is acting surprised that they put it in there, but it's basically standard. All right. Says unfortunately, when I started looking for both posts after this, I found they were abundant. My social media feeds are apparently chock full of people bragging frequently. Boast posts typically begin with phrases like, I am so humbled to, I am so proud to, etc., and then go on to describe an accomplishment boastfully. What exactly is bragging? Sharing positive events and achievements from our life per se is good to do and supports our happiness. When we inform close family and friends or even acquaintances about a job promotion, an engagement, or the arrival of a new child, we provide useful, positive knowledge about ourselves that increases everyone's happiness. Turn off the ringer just to have the alarm go. Says knowledge about ourselves that increases everyone's happiness. It is when the sharing is done not to share happiness, but mainly to arouse jealousy, envy, or other negative emotions, and doesn't have any useful, informative purpose for the audience, that it becomes dysfunctional. When bragging, the information you share and the people you share it with both matter. In the professional context, for instance, if someone posts on LinkedIn that they have a paper coming out in a prestigious journal along with its abstract, it is useful to readers, even strangers. On the other hand, randomly posting that you have thousands of citations on Google Scholar doesn't help anyone. What can an average reader do with this information? This got me wondering why someone so successful would resort to posting in this way. What did they hope to accomplish? What tangible or psychological benefits can such bragging possibly provide? And on the flip side, what harm does posting boasts cause? I want to focus on this last question about the negative consequences of social media boasting. More than anything, bragging conveys powerful negative trait information about the sender. We don't necessarily need modern psychology to make this point. Shakespeare pointed it out as well as anyone over 4 centuries ago, and all's well that ends well, when Perilous observed, "Who knows himself a braggart, let him fear this, for it will come to pass, what every braggart shall be found an ass." Of course, the major problem with braggarts is that they usually don't know that they are braggarts or ASSs. So in this context, he's not talking about the animal. All right. It says numerous studies corroborate Shakespeare. In a nutshell, people don't like braggarts and find them to be annoying. A phenomenon called the hubris hypothesis. This dislike is based on the inference that the braggart has a negative view of everyone around them. Returning to the famous marketing professor, the "I am better than you" subtext embedded in his posts about his citations communicates an implicit dislike, disrespect, or even contempt for readers. Recent research shows that such audience beliefs are not misplaced. Those who are prone to bragging do have undesirable traits, as psychologist Kara Palmer and her colleagues explained in the results of their recent study. Bragging, even when in conjunction with other forms of sharing, was related to more undesirable traits. Individuals who tended to brag when they shared their positive events were more likely to be men. Now, I don't know how true that is.
Right.
Says reported less agreeableness, less conscientiousness, and less empathy, whereas those who tended to brag and mass share reported the highest levels of narcissism. No surprises here. This is exactly what you would expect. And yes, that braggart marketing professor was a man. What is worse, bragging attracts ingratiators. What is an ingratiator? Hold on, let me look up that word. Ingratiator. That's
Mm.
not a word you hear
Mm.
every day.
Common
You're an
word.
ingratiator. Uh,
A common word.
yeah, you're an ingratiator. Oops. Ingratiation. Ingratiate. Bring oneself into favor with someone by flattering or trying to please them. Okay. Ingratiate definition, meaning Merriam-Webster. To gain favor or favorable acceptance for by deliberate effort, usually used with. Okay. Hmm. When you ingratiate yourself, you put yourself in someone's good graces in order to gain their approval or favor. While the word ingratiate is not necessarily that your behavior is obsequious. Why I've got to use obsequious? Like people are going to know what this word means, or otherwise improper. The word may be used disapprovingly by those who distrust your motives. And it's good though that they have set this up as where you just click on it, which should take you to the word and show you the definition of it. Obsequious, marked by or exhibiting a fawning attentiveness. And what is that supposed to mean? Now you got to look up the word fawn. See, it just with the English language, you know what I mean? And
Right.
Esau knows this, you know what I mean? They just like the vocab alone. He knows that our people are, when it comes to using these big words, that we're behind. This isn't our first, English is not our language. And so he tries to make our people look bad, especially our brothers in the truth, because they may not understand or know certain words that he can use to try and make himself appear that he knows what he's talking about when it comes to the scriptures, and people fall for it. All right. So it says, what is worse, bragging attracts ingratiators who are typically lower in status and have ulterior motives in forming or maintaining a relationship with the braggart. In other words, if you want to gather an entourage around you, bragging is an efficient way to achieve this. So, in other words, an ingratiator. Finally, consider this on social media, where your boast may be seen by hundreds or thousands of people with all degrees of relationships with you, some close, others marginal. There is no way to ascertain the amount of harm that a poorly worded or over the top boast can do to your reputation. However, I should also note there is one interesting upside to bragging. Some studies show that those who brag are seen as more competent, which is one of the main reasons why people brag in the first place. But this is the case when people don't have other information about the braggart. On LinkedIn and other social media platforms, others can obtain a detailed listing of a person's accomplishments. So it is not clear that bragging elevates our perceptions of competence in this context. My main conclusion is this: we all self promote on social media to a lesser or greater degree. After all, it feels like we broadcast to the world whatever is on our minds. Many times we want to communicate our expertise, our competence, and our strengths, our place in the world, so to speak, especially where our work is concerned. But we should be careful about how we do this. We should seek to maximize the information and value we provide to those reading our feeds instead of using the spotlight to brag aimlessly. All right. So what he's saying could go a long way within the Israelite community also. All right. So along with the bragging, along with the covetousness, along with the love of self, the next one is pride. Proud. He said that people would be proud in the last days. All right. We are going to be living in these perilous times where people are going to be full of pride. So let's look up proud. Give me a second. Cut this one out. Because it almost seems like the more Windows opens up, the slower my computer starts going. It's weird. All right. So proud meaning. What does it mean to be proud? Feeling deep pleasure or satisfaction as a result of one's own achievements, qualities, or possessions, or those of someone with whom one is closely associated. So that's proud. So let's go to Psalms chapter 40 and verse 4.
The book of Psalms, chapter 40 and verse 4. It says, "Blessed is that man that maketh the Lord his trust, and respected not the proud, nor such as turn aside to lies."
So the scripture is saying, blessed is that man that maketh the Lord his trust, and respecteth not the proud. Because what you see going on, especially with like in the case of like a Trump, everybody knows that anyone that's listened to him speak knows that this is a very proud man. All right, very full of pride, puffed up. But he's got the respect of a lot of people. He's got influence over a lot of people. And he lies a lot. People know that too. He lies a
Right.
lot. And a lot of people put their trust in him. That's why you see so many of these people want him back in office, because they're putting their trust that he's going to lead people to the promised land. Back to what? Back to wealth and riches. And he's going to turn the economy around and all of this. Basically, what they're saying is forget about who he is as a person. All we care about is he get us our money back. He puts, money back in our pockets. He turns this economy around. They could care less about how he treats people, the things that come out of his mouth, the lies that come out of his mouth. None of that matters. All that matters is that he puts money back into the pockets of the people to where they can prosper financially. So it says, blessed is that man that maketh the Lord his trust and respecteth not the proud, nor such as turn aside to lies. Because that's what it is. A lot of people are willing to accept the lies of this man just so they could see him back in office, so that he can carry out the agenda that he set forth. All right. Um, and if anybody's paying attention, um, they would see that what's going on in society is part of their plan. It's part of the agenda. Actually, let me see if I can find this. I can't remember the name of the group. Um, just give me a second. Is this the one? Where's this? This might be. Let me see. Where is their website? Let me see if this is the one. Because sometimes, I'll go to these websites and I'll read their agendas. I believe this might be it.
Right.
And it lays out their beliefs and their agenda. Um, all right. So when our people are not paying attention to stuff like this, that's why it's good to know your enemy, to
Right.
know what their plans are. So you could go to this website. It's called the American Freedom Party Nation Freedom Order, and they lay out their plans. And you'll be surprised that the people that are associated with it. It must be first and foremost understood that the United States was conceived with the vision of a white country founded by European ideals. This vision was shared by all the founding fathers and all of our country's subsequent leaders up until the 1960s. The American Freedom Party strongly adheres to this fundamental conception and seeks to reinstate it. Part of the rebirth of the American nation will include relearning the true nature of what it means to be an American. So when Donald Trump is standing up there saying, make America great again, people don't truly understand what he's talking about and who he's talking to. He's talking to these people. During the 1960s, our immigration system was transformed to favor those not of our stock. You hear that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Out of our stock. So they understand what their stock is. Several decades have now passed since this catastrophic change in policy in the United States has become unrecognizable to anyone viewing our nation through the lenses of history. If current demographic trends continue, our people will become a minority in our own lands. You see, they understand that that's why you see what's going on today happening. This diluting and eventual destruction of the true American people will eliminate what makes America American. We must not allow the land our ancestors conquered to be overrun by foreign aliens, nor tolerate any further decline in the American demographic. They fully understand that their ancestors, their forefathers conquered this land. And they fully understand that they cannot allow the people that they conquered to come and take it back. All right, the American Freedom Party, when in power, will enact the following. We will immediately forbid all immigration into the U.S. Does that not sound familiar?
Mm-hmm.
So the things you hear Donald Trump saying on TV is not something he made up in his mind. He's carrying out an agenda for certain people, for certain white nationalist groups that you might say. And what he's saying is exactly what they have laid out. We will issue clear notice to neighboring countries that failure on their part to mitigate unsanctioned border crossings or illicit transport will be met with serious consequences. Is that not what Donald Trump did from day one in office? Non-compliance will result in our border enforcement agencies and armed military services being deployed against hostile actors within those countries with disregard to theirs. Have you not heard what Donald Trump has been saying he's going to do day one in office? That he's going to put military on the border? He said it. We will unapologetically deport all illegal and criminal aliens whenever discovered. We will impose strict criminal and civil penalties for knowingly employing, aiding, or abetting illegal or criminal aliens. So when you read it, you know that Trump is not standing up there just representing himself. We will offer non-white citizens and their children generous grants as part of a voluntary repatriation program that will return them to their ancestral homelands with the means to start a new life in their home country. We will terminate permanent and temporary resident alien programs upon their original expiration without any path towards naturalization. We will eliminate birthright citizenship. Haven't you heard? What do they call it? Is that DACA? Which one is it? When you were born here? What's the term they use?
Mm-hmm.
There's a term that they're using for the ones that were born here, and they're trying to take it away. I can't remember the name of it. I can't even think of the name. But they've started, and see, how could they put this on their website Because your first thought would be, how would they be able to implement this? None of them are on the Supreme Court. None of them are congressmen. None of them are the president. How wrong you are. Because some of the people that are part of this are congressmen and women. Some of them are the president or ex-president or presidents, senators. You could go on and on. And they are putting these people in office for the reason, or, to enact their agenda. Says the character of a nation depends on those who compromise it. A country is the product of its people. If you change the people, you inevitably change the character of the country. Our people have the right to maintain our nation as it was intended. Only the American Freedom Party has the courage and conviction to see this necessary policy through. All right. Environment. I'm going through because there's one part in here where they talk about accumulating land for their people. I just need to find it. Says the American Freedom Party is committed to a beautiful, clean, and healthy country. We are the only party in this country supporting true environmentalist policies. Unlike other political parties, we recognize that only through nationalism can the environment be properly maintained. Our nation's empire is covered from coast to coast with a diverse and beautiful landscape. The forests of Appalachia, the shores of the Great Lakes, the majestic Rocky Mountain, the deserts of the Mojave, the endless Great Plains, and the awe-inspiring redwood forests of California. This is the land our ancestors discovered and conquered for their sons and daughters. As their descendants, we have a responsibility to preserve the magnificent land they first witnessed. You see, it's okay for them to put their agenda on here. But when we come out talking about our people, the Israelites, and that we've got to change our people, all of a sudden, we're put on the Southern Poverty Law Center's websites. You see the Israelites being put on there. They're terrorists, all this negativity, but nobody's mentioning these people. The environment is often used as a justification for leftist policies to shame patriotic true Americans. It is often implied that countries made up of European people are the ones polluting the environment, specifically the United States and our wasteful culture. This is false. The largest polluters in the world are countries from outside our European civilization. For real?
Right.
It says not only that, but we are the only ones coming up with solutions to environmental problems. Anti-white policies will not save the planet, and the prescription that white people should stop procreating will only exacerbate the problem. America needs to rid itself of fossil fuel dependency. Fossil fuels are both limited and valuable resources that need not be consumed unless absolutely necessary. We must diligently explore and develop cleaner and more reasonable forms of power production. We will mobilize our American European genius and innovative nature. Just as we exercise our genius to land on the moon, we will do the same to solve this pressing problem. Do you not hear Elon Musk? Seriously, when you read what is on this website and you listen to some of the speeches, some of these, the Bill Gates, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, all these different people, you go, oh, wait a minute. You start scratching your head and going, wow. They have secretly influenced almost every part of this nation, or political influence, but whatever way you want to say it. You see what's popping up on the side here, right? And it's funny, I just mentioned Elon Musk and look at what pops up.
Right.
All right, let's go back. Our beliefs, issues, family. The American Freedom Party insists upon a strong family unit as the standard for our society. Why is it that when the Israelites mention this, all of a sudden it's bad? But when they're saying it, there's nothing wrong with it. Family is the core of any community, but the relationship between the sexes has been perverted to the point of men believing that women are an objectified tool from which they should seek sexual gratification. In return, you know what they're talking about? They're talking about uh, you crazy niggas out there making baby mamas and baby daddies, objectified in the music, objectified in the media, but they understand that that's not how it's supposed to be. What's wrong with our people? It says in return, women have been taught and encouraged to objectify themselves and seek unfulfilling lives. This philosophy is predicated on a hedonistic and materialistic view of life for both genders, and real fulfillment has been replaced with artificial happiness. When the family unit falls apart, so does the community as a whole. The AFP recognizes the importance of a wholesome family unit as we embrace the strong nationalistic family unit. Children will be raised to be moral and healthy citizens by both parents. The American Freedom Party is committed to pro-natal programs. As such, we will enact policies incentivizing heritage American families to bear children. Our posterity is at stake, and by again encouraging healthy families in the United States, our future will be secured. Can't make it up. It's
Right.
all written right here. You just got to be willing to get on this computer, open this up, and see what's going on. So a lot of this um, perilous times that we're going through is really an agenda that they want us to kill ourselves off this planet. Education. Public education has become a tool used by the government to teach our children that their very existence is evil and that they deserve punishment. Schools and mass media have combined to form an oppressive force that teaches our youth that American history is dishonorable and our heroes should be condemned. It is no longer about educating children, but about anti-white indoctrination. Indoctrination, sorry about that, because the aforementioned state of education in the United States, the AFP encourages the practice of homeschooling. Education in the home is the only way to ensure that our children are being taught the correct principles and instill pride in their heritage and nation. This will also create opportunities to teach the youth about life skills and give them the chance to see how a traditional family should function. Ideally, this would combine teaching core curricula along with healthy physical education, home economics, and trade skills. As a result of our current education system's malicious motives, our country's scholastic standards have fallen drastically. Students are unprepared for college and life, while the government spends our taxes on exacerbating the problem. As America underperforms internationally in schooling and as the public education system continues to decline, we must understand that complete unequivocal reform is necessary. So they understand everything that the Israelites are teaching to our trying to teach to our people who don't want to listen. You see, when Esau puts it out there, they bind together, they bond together. They're on one accord. You think they're not? Just listen to the conversations going on around you with Esau when you're in their presence. And you will know that, yeah, they are all on one agenda. They're on one accord when it comes to this. Oh man, what did I do? Let me All right. I want to get to that because foreign policy. The era of competing nations being eclipsed by the clashing of civilization and mass predatory migration from underperforming populations. To overcome these unprecedented challenges, the American Freedom Party will adopt a revolutionary new approach to foreign policy. The AFP views the American nation as a partner and leader within our larger European civilization. As populations compete for survival, we maintain that our European civilization is superior to virtually all other civilizations and that her needs must be considered paramount above all. So, why is it that when the Israelites bring out in the Bible that God says that it's the Israelites that are superior, there's a problem? But they're underhandedly telling their people that no, we're superior and nobody has nothing to say about it. This is how all other people see themselves. And we too must adopt this attitude. Otherwise, European civilization will not survive. Predatory migrations against the American nation or any nation state within the European civilization will not be tolerated, and any attempts to utilize weaponized migration will result in punitive measures against the offending states. Hence, what you see going on right over there in Israel today. The AFP seeks to use the vast power, influence, and resources of the American nation state to stabilize and awaken all nations throughout the world belonging to our European civilization, forming a nationalist alliance dedicated to our common survival. Friendly international ties should certainly include nations from outside European civilization, but only those nations with historically successful civilizations comparable to our own. Under American leadership, our peoples can coexist with our extra national allies and seek prosperity in our right and proper historical lands. In other words, we're going to stay in our lands, but we will accept you. Isn't that the same thing they did during in the Maccabees, what you read about the Romans? It's nothing any different. Economy. And no, I'm not going off topic. That's something if I can find it, I'm just reading through it because it has everything to do with what we're reading about in this lesson. Economy. America's economy has been grossly mismanaged to the detriment of our people for decades. The ruling elite has accelerated an anti-national agenda each year. We have also been experiencing the disastrous results of wide-scale faith in corrupt financial institutions. The American Freedom Party supports a nationalist economy, supports a nationalist economic policy emphasizing ethical business practices and local community economic well-being. The AFP supports fair trade as opposed to the so-called free trade policies which have led to the systematic deindustrialization of America. Until about 1970s, Americans produced almost all of the products that we consumed. Unfair imports from third world countries must be restricted to necessitate American reindustrialization. This can be accomplished through a myriad of means, including tariffs and quotas domestically and diplomatic pressure on foreign countries. The AFP-led U.S. will also apply pressure to international financial economic organizations to gain beneficial influence in international economic standing. Manufacturing expertise and technology relies on our ability to produce innovators and skilled workers. Therefore, in the reorganization of the education system, we will account for more Americans going into high performing trades. America must regain a strong manufacturing base to remain an influential world power. In this modern day, white American tax dollars are aggressively obtained to be funneled into programs to benefit so-called minorities. See how they call us so-called minorities, but they get offended when we call them so-called white men, or we call them so-called. It says to benefit so-called minorities, criminals, and other unproductive members of society. So they're saying that us so-called minorities are unproductive members of society. The AFP will cut all programs that enable otherwise able citizens to be unproductive non-contributors. Didn't we just see recently that what was it? Oh my gosh, it's at the tip of my tongue. It that the program that just got cut off. Oh
Hmm.
my gosh, we've talked about it before about how using race to allow people in the school and all of that on the job. They just got rid of it. It'll pop in my head, but people probably know what I'm talking about. But they just got rid of See, it just popped in my head again, and I can't get it out. But it'll come to me again. But it says America must regain a strong manufacturing base to remain an influential world power. In this modern day white American tax, oh, I already read that part. The AFP will cut all programs that enable otherwise able citizens to be unproductive non contributors. We see these programs as enabling spiritually degenerate behavior and incentivizing the proliferation of the least productive elements of our nation. Go back to the time of the pandemic when Mitch McConnell got on TV and said, "We ain't paying you to stay home." All you got to do is listen to the things that are coming out of their mouths, and it lets you know that, okay, they're a part of this agenda. They're a part of this, and they're carrying out the agenda. The problem is, our people are not paying attention. So, that being said, social safety nets are perfectly reasonable when implemented correctly, but these programs should be coupled with work for the good of the community, not just a handout. The AFP will also encourage thrift and personal saving, as opposed to the current consumer debt culture that has poisoned our nation and way of life. A balanced budget should also be pursued at all levels of government wherever possible. The Federal Reserve, a central bank made up of privately owned member banks, loans money to our government at interest. Commercial banks also create money through lending to businesses and citizens. Both practices involve creating money out of thin air. To restore ownership of the American economy to its rightful owners, the AFP will nationalize the Federal Reserve. They've been talking about that, right? And
Right.
reorganize it into a truly national bank with accountability to the people. As a result, the government will once again have the sole right to print, issue, and regulate money. Accordingly, the entire banking system would be subject to appropriate ethical constraints. Now, I'm sure that's one of the things they're not going to allow them to do. Law and order. Our country has become unrecognizably dangerous. Violent black crime continues to explode, while the gang terrorism of migrants upsets the daily harmony of unsuspecting peaceful Americans. It means unsuspecting peaceful white people. Meanwhile, anti white corporations and municipalities capitulate to various Fox social justice pressures and either turn a blind eye to crimes or brazenly offer bribes to would be criminals. The ruling elite's acceptance of rampant crime as a way of life, as if we are incapable of curbing it, is a mockery of the American people. The American Freedom Party believes that a society can only function if it has order. Therefore, why is it when the Israelites talking about our people functioning and having order, it's bad?
Right.
But they talk about it, there's nothing wrong with it. Therefore, those entrusted to oversee the nation have an absolute duty to maintain law and order for the benefit of its rightful people. Anything less must be considered immoral. And if you haven't figured out yet who they deem the rightful people, they're talking about white people. All right, just be real about it. That's who they're talking about. The coddling of non compliant offenders, especially those already known to have violent or disruptive records, must no longer be tolerated. Undue leniency in policing activities and criminal sentencing only demonstrate weakness to the increasing alien masses and uncivilized who laugh at our goodwill. The pursuit of rehabilitating the likes of violent offenders and drug dealers has become an exercise in futility. This cycle of disrespect towards our people, our communities, and our way of life must end now. That's why they want to put an end to our people out on the streets teaching. You see, when I was saying about that situation that happened at the Lincoln Memorial with a certain Israelite group and the Native American brother that was out there, our Northern Kingdom brother, and that little Edomite high school kid. People don't, especially in the Israelite community, they do not understand exactly how big that incident really was and how it really woke up these Edomites.
Right.
They know, they understand, and they're on one accord that something needs to be done, and they're doing it. The problem is, our people are asleep. If the American nation is to reclaim its destiny, it must accept responsibility for law enforcement, maintaining order, and upholding the moral framework established by our founding fathers. The United States faces modern challenges, thus, we must look to new solutions to bring safety, peace, and normalcy back to the daily lives of the American people. The AFP will implement national law enforcement reform with the reorganization of policing structures and the creation of a national system of new policing principles. So if you don't know the agenda, you need to get on here and find out. Hold on. All right. Our platform, the American Freedom Party, stands on a platform that is predicated on the preservation of our traditional European roots as well as a much needed revolutionary change. We are strong in our conviction that when our policies addressing these 11 points are enacted by a government of the true American people, we will usher in a new age for this country and bring America to heights greater than she has ever been before. Hint, MAGA, make America great again. Political power for the true American nation. Number one, the American Freedom Party's 11 points. Protect the American people. From its founding, America has been a country for and by European people. This is how our founding fathers intended it and how many of our succeeding leaders have maintained it. Now, the United States is undergoing a massive demographic change that, if not stopped, will change the character of our country, and the American culture and creed will be lost forever. The American Freedom Party will stop all immigration to the United States and reverse this demographic trend. Two, our right to bear arms. The universal right to firearm ownership is integral to the American people's freedom, culture, and way of life. The American Freedom Party supports the Second Amendment and will seek to abolish unreasonable laws pertaining to firearms. Three, a clean and moral society. The American Freedom Party believes in strong and intact families that are capable of raising morally upright and healthy citizens. Thus, we stand against the forces of sexual degeneracy and social degeneracy as they seek to destroy the family unit. We seek to end the ongoing war on European masculinity and femininity. We also seek to implement pro-natal policies that will incentivize American couples to have children and encourage them to raise responsible children. When it says American couples, they mean white couples. Ending anti-white programs. And it has it right here. I couldn't get the word out, and it's right here in their agenda. The American Freedom Party, when in power, will end all anti-white programs such as affirmative action. So affirmative action just ended, right? So what does that tell you? That the American Freedom Party is in power.
Right.
They are in power. The Donald Trumps, these other senators and congressmen and women that they are putting into office that are carrying out their agenda. And they just carried out a part of their agenda, which was ending affirmative action. Let me read it again. Ending anti-white programs. The American Freedom Party, when in power, will end all anti-white programs such as affirmative action, quotas, and all forms of anti-white education. In other words, they're going to get all Black history out of the schools, which, don't you see it happening right now in Florida? Happening all over the country? And our people are not paying attention. These programs seek solely to disadvantage Americans of European descent, if not to disadvantage, then to racially abuse Americans of European descent by telling them and their non-European counterparts that true Americans are evil, privileged, and deserve punishment, because they've been hearing the Israelites on the streets teaching that their kids are going to what? Be punished by God for the crimes of their ancestors. We see these programs as a prelude to the genocide of the true American people and of, in reality, white people. Number 5, the people's sovereignty. The American Freedom Party is firm in its conviction that the American nation must be protected. Our right to associate with whoever we want must be codified into law. Number 6, ending foreign war. America grows weary from ambiguous and open-ended military conflicts projected around the world that do not serve the people's interests. When our party, see, they only want to go into conflicts that serve their interests. When our party gains power, we intend to end these pointless engagements, such as what? They ended the war in Afghanistan because it didn't serve their interests really anymore. Now they got a new fight on their hands, one that really serves their interests. So with that said, the American Freedom Party maintains that the survival of the American nation and her European sister nations is paramount among all things. For us, war is a means by which our people's survival is secured rather than an enterprise. As such, war should only be declared if it is in our nation's and our European civilization's vital interest. Is not what's going on over there in Israel today not part of their European civilization's vital interest to make sure that the real Israelites can never really wake up and that the world can never really know who the real Israelites are? The environment. The American Freedom Party believes in protecting our environment. A clean environment can be promoted through a balanced approach that does not harm the livelihood of the people. We can embrace new technologies and resource gathering strategies that will take better care of the land that our children will inherit. Number 8, law and order. The American Freedom Party believes that a society can only function if it has order. The appropriate amount of law enforcement must be applied in appropriate areas, and criminals cannot be afforded undue leniency for any reason. Number 9, corporations. The United States today is in many ways controlled by corporations headed by individuals that seek to do the American nation harm. As a result, the American Freedom Party will bring these corporations to heel, and the hostile elements within will be kicked out and replaced. It must be understood that these giant oligopolies are American corporations. They exist to improve the economy and lives of the American people. If they work against the nation's interest, they should be forced to serve it instead. Our posterity. American children today are not taught any lessons about their heritage, nor are taught to have good character. In addition, they are subjected to anti-white American and anti-traditional education. The American Freedom Party believes that training of character comes before intellectual education. Thus, the education system must be reformed and extracurricular activities must be organized to train children in character and health. Read that again. Thus, the education system must be reformed and extracurricular activities must be organized to train children in character and health. Go back and read Maccabees. That's all you need to do to understand what they're talking about. Number 11, rebuilding our culture. The American Freedom Party believes the state should take part in speaking on and influencing culturally significant items. When in power, we will establish regulatory bodies to provide oversight and approval process for culturally significant items to ensure they do not promote destructive behavior. Items subject to such regulation would include movies, TV shows, professional music, professional art, and clothing, all to promote and maintain a healthy and respectable culture. Culture is something that must be monitored and guided to keep it from becoming unhealthy and degenerate, something which has already taken root. This platform cannot simply be enacted one by one in a piecemeal fashion by the likes of Republicans or Democrats. Our platform is a revolutionary one. Only through the enactment of this platform by an AFP led government can our people be saved. We shall bring about the rebirth and revitalization of our nation, filled with freedom, self determination, and prosperity and perpetuity. Join the American Freedom Party to make this future a reality. So, if you listen to the rhetoric that is being spilled out there or spewed out there, you will see that there are a lot of these politicians that are a part of this American. That's why the what do you call it? The messages don't sound quite democratic. They don't sound quite Republican. And you're like, it sounds like something else. This is that something else. This is
Right.
what it is. Leadership. William D. Johnson, chairman, is an international corporate lawyer practicing in Los Angeles, California. He holds both an undergraduate degree from Brigham Young, and it just, shows you who these people are. All right, let me see. I don't know why. I don't know if they've changed some of their what do you call it, website. But at one point there was on here part of their agenda, and they said it right out, was to accumulate as much land for their people as possible. And that's why I was going to. That when you look at what's going on with the housing market and the movement of our people out of certain areas, it's part of the agenda,
Right.
because they understand that they need to accumulate as much land for their people as possible. Maybe having that on their website is what got them put on the SPLC's website, and they took it off maybe to hide it, or maybe I'm just not finding it. But that is part of their agenda, though, is to accumulate land. And you can see, look at some of the art. New Obama produced apocalypse film warns white people should not be trusted.
Mhm.
The power of national strength and unity. White teachers face record rates of violence and abuse from black students. Mexican cartels are now inside the US forming gangs and sniper nests. Joe Biden tells Democrats to treat future white minority with respect. Mexico has just overtaken China as the top exporters. So you can see some of the articles that they have on their WEF says U.S. must implement one-child policy for white families. We're like, where did you ever hear that at? Let white people die. America embarks on anti-white medical discrimination, which is a lie because it's all anti our people, basically. Let me see. Let me try this. Spell it right. Accumulate. Hmm. All right. What is this? Yeah, it'd probably take me. See, this is what I do. Just start typing stuff in, and when stuff pops up, we start reading it and going through it. Um, all right. So I guess these people thought that this man was just another dude that moved into their neighborhood. It says, but all that changed as the Southern Poverty Law Center and the Bismarck Tribune revealed that the man, Paul Craig Cobb, 61, has been buying up property in this town of 24 people in an effort to transform it into a colony for white supremacists. In the past 2 years, Mr. Cobb, a longtime proselytizer for white supremacy who was wanted in Canada on charges of promoting hatred, has bought a dozen plots of land in Leap, pronounced Leap, and has sold or transferred ownership of some of them to a couple of like-minded white nationalists. So you just gotta have to look it up, but that is part of their agenda. Hence, look at what's his name buying up all this farmland. The Microsoft guy, or what's his name, Bill Gates, buying up all of this farmland. That's part of the agenda, is to accumulate as much land as possible and move our people out. Um, it's just going to take some time. Just keep going through and finding the sites that they actually have it on there. Because I know that one they did outright say it when it came, to part of their agenda was accumulating land. I don't know why it's taken off, but trying not to get sidetracked or nothing like that. But that just goes back again to what we were talking about. Um, where we're at Psalms 40 and 4, blessed is the man, that
Right.
man that maketh Lord his trust and respecteth not the proud, nor such as turn aside to lies. And talking about Trump and the agenda. And when you listen to these speeches, you could hear the pride, and our people cannot place it. Like, why is this man talking like this? And who is he talking to? Now you know. There's a whole political party out there outside of Republican Democrat that he's actually, and a lot of these people are actually um, standing up for and leading. All right. You just gotta be willing to get online and look up the information, and sometimes you just stumble on it. All right. So where are we at? Proverbs 40 and 4. Let's go to Proverbs 16 and 5. Let's continue on with this lesson.
The book
It's
of
taking longer
Proverbs.
than I expected it to.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 16 and verse 5. Everyone that is proud in heart is an abomination to the Lord. Though hand join in hand, he shall not be unpunished.
So everyone that is proud in heart is an abomination to the Lord. So that pride that you see running rampant in society, these last days that are bringing about these perilous times, is because of the pride of certain men that are in power. And that's where you see these wars and rumors of wars. You see these drugs that are, both legal and illegal drugs that are running rampant in society, because not only are the street drugs being allowed to be sold and people getting addicted to it, but it's also the legal drugs that they're making people get addicted to. The pharmaceutical industry, these are the biggest and richest drug dealers of them all. When I said earlier about they pulled out of Afghanistan because it no longer suited their agenda. They already accomplished what they needed to. They were doing this under the willpower and influence of the pharmaceutical companies. They went into Afghanistan to take control of the poppy fields 20 some odd years ago. And you're surprised that there's an opioid addiction in the US and all over the world all of a sudden now? Open your eyes and wake up and see what's going on. It's not by accident. These are perilous times that we live in. And these are proud men that are in power, that trust in their riches, trust in their influence. And you've got people of all nationality, all races and creeds and genders and, all this stuff that are following these people, that trust in them. Even some of our people. When our people should be trusting in the Most High, our people are trusting in these politicians that don't have our people's best interests at heart. It's mainly our people that they want hooked on these drugs, on the streets dying from these drugs. But they've gotten so powerful that they don't care if it's their own people. That's just a part of war. They're just casualties of war. Oh well. But as long as the majority of the people that get taken out is our people, they don't care. So going to this white supremacist website, there is a purpose behind it. You may not see it, but there is a purpose behind it to show this white nationalist, this white supremacist agenda, this white pride agenda is real and it's out there. And our people need to band together and wake up and see what's going on and understand that, yeah, there is an agenda out there that they don't want to see you blacks, so-called blacks and Mexicans, wake up and find that you are really God's children. They don't want you to know that, but they for sure are out there spreading their nationalist agenda. They don't want you spreading yours, but they want to spread theirs. So you better wake up and understand that there is a real war out there. And the war is for the hearts and minds of the true Israelites, you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. They want you gone off this planet. Now your average everyday Becky and Brad that are at work, they don't know what's going on.
Mm.
They don't know. They're just watching on TV and listening, but they understand the code words that are used. They understand that. But they don't truly know what's going on. But these politicians that are up there at the top, they know exactly what's going on. They know what the true agenda is. Democrat Republican is a smokescreen. The the real political influence is this website I just showed you. What is this lady Marjorie? What is her name? I can't even get her name out. She's one of the what is she, a senator or one of the something like that? Marjorie Green or whatever her name is. Listen to the rhetoric. Listen to some of these people that are in office. Marjorie Taylor Greene, that's her name. This demon right here. She's got books written about her. You see, the Edomite woman understands that she needs to be right there, pushing the agenda with their men, standing by their men's side, pushing the agenda. It's our women that don't understand that they need to be standing by the Israelite man's side and helping to push the agenda. And what is the agenda? To wake our people up to who we are, bring us to repentance and back into the good graces of our God, and lead us to a kingdom that is promised to us. But she's one of them. She's the epitome of it, of what we just read in that website about when we come to power. When we come to power. And the agenda is being implemented again, which lets you know they are in power. They are in power. And you're seeing it. Just listen to the rhetoric. Listen to the things that they say. All right. Let's go to Proverbs 21:4.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 21 and verse 4. A high look and a proud heart, and the plowing of the wicked is sin.
And high look and a proud heart and the plowing of the wicked is sin. So we have got to teach our kids the very things that they were talking about in that website, about educating the kids about what? About their nationality and about their history and their heritage and about their forefathers. We need to be doing the same. But no, our people's minds are teaching the kids how to twerk, how to carry guns,
Right.
how to sell dope, how to sag your pants. Our people's minds are on foolishness, on how to break God's commandments. You see on the website, they're talking about how to teach the kids to be a responsible, good, productive citizen. We need to be teaching our kids the same thing, how to become a productive, responsible, God-fearing Israelite. And how is that done? Through the scriptures. All right. So we're going to move on to the next one. The next one is blasphemers, because he said that there was going to be blasphemers in the last days. People were going to be blasphemers. And these blasphemers are what? Are part of the reason why we're living in perilous times. Let's look up the word blasphemer. What does it mean to be a blasphemer? A blasphemer is a person who speaks disrespectfully or irreverently of God or sacred things. A blasphemer may use offensive words, make statements that show no respect, or revile or execrate God or a sacred entity. Blasphemy is considered a sin or a crime in some religions and cultures. Let's see what Merriam-Webster's got to say. Or actually, let me move down first. Blasphemer, noun form of blaspheme. Blaspheme, speak irreverently about God or sacred things. Let's see what Merriam-Webster's got to say. The act of insulting or showing contempt or lack of reverence for God. The act of claiming the attributes of a deity. That is blasphemy. We saw that happen already and saw what happened to somebody that's done that. Irreverence towards something considered sacred or inviolable. And we do see that the world is full of blasphemers. How many people are out there talking about their Jesus? People out there talking about they're the Holy Ghost. They're, you know what I mean? You're seeing this stuff. And you're seeing a lot of people showing a lot of contempt and a lot of a lack of reverence for the Most High. They have no love for him. They have no fear of him. That's why it's so easy for them to go out there and commit robberies, commit rapes and murders and all of this, to have so much hatred, so much covetousness, so much jealousy and envy out there in this world, which is contributing to what? These perilous times that we live in. These blasphemers. Grab Psalms 14 and 1.
The book of Psalms, chapter 14 and verse 1. The fool has said in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There is none that doeth good.
And that's what you see going on right now. There's this push for atheism throughout the world. And you have even a lot of our own people that are suddenly becoming atheists, this atheist agenda that there is no God. But the scriptures tells us the fool had said in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There are none that do good. And believe it or not, there are actual atheist groups out there that are pushing this agenda, and people have no idea. While they yell and scream at the Israelites on the streets teaching, they don't go and mess with, because they hand out, I've had flyers handed to me. We put atheists, atheist groups. There it is, American atheists. You see, sometimes you even see if you drive on the freeway, their groups will, you know how you can sponsor a sign on the freeway, a portion of the road, and you got to go out there and clean the road and all that. Look at some of these freeway signs, and you will see that some of these American atheist groups, they're out there, and they're doing things like this to get their information out there. Go to a flea market, or go to a street festival, and you will see them there with their booths set up, and they're handing out literature and things like that. They're just not as open on the streets as the Israelites and being out there teaching. But you can see that, look at the number of affiliates with this American atheist. And there are chapters in right here in the Sacramento area, Northern California, San Francisco, San Jose. All right. What is it? Their legal center. Activism. Issues, local partners and affiliates, state directors. They have a magazine, billboard campaigns. So maybe they are doing what some of the Israelites are doing, is creating billboards and trying to market their agenda. Oh, yeah, I guess so. Go ahead and skip church. Just be good for goodness sake. Happy holiday. And which is funny, because it's like, you say you're anti-Christian, you don't believe in God, but yet they still celebrate Christmas though.
Right.
It's crazy. Holiday billboards. Since 2011, American Atheist has placed dozens of billboards throughout the country, encouraging people who may still call themselves Christians, but no longer believe in the things that they were taught in their churches, to be open and honest with their families and friends about what they believe and don't believe. These billboards are specifically designed to prompt discussion in local and national media in order to increase the number of people who see the billboards beyond those who simply drive past their physical locations. Our 2013 billboard campaign in Times Square, New York, prompted a New York State senator to compare our message to the Holocaust and say that he was not surprised that atheists were hateful. In response, we placed another billboard in his district in Staten Island, encouraging people to skip church and celebrate the best parts of the holiday season rather than the religious components they no longer believe. What are the best parts of the holiday season to a atheist? Guarantee you it's the giving of gifts,
Right.
spending of the money, spending the time with family, the eating of the pork. You know what I mean? All of that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that's the, don't worry about it. The Bible says don't eat pork. Eat that pork. Eat that ham on Christmas. Celebrate the best parts of the holiday. Forget about that religious stuff. Celebrate Santa Claus. You know what I mean? Come on.
Right.
Activism, scholarships, resources. Let me see their legals. Frequently asked questions. See what they say. The American Atheist Legal Center receives questions every day. Oh, so they don't actually have the questions on there. But if you have any questions, you can secretly send them a message and get a response. News and blog. All right, the About Us. That's what I'm looking for. Usually the About Us is the first thing on a website. What is atheism? Our vision, our staff, history, our logo, board of directors, careers, American Atheist Center, librarian, archives, financial information. Atheism is one thing: a lack of belief in God's, not just one God, but God's, period. Atheism is not an affirmative belief that there is no God, nor does it answer any other question about what a person believes. It is simply a rejection of the assertion that there are gods. Atheism is too often defined incorrectly as a belief system. To be clear, atheism is not a disbelief in gods or a denial of gods. It is a lack of belief. What's the difference? You see this double speak?
Yeah.
Atheism is not a disbelief in gods or a denial of gods. It is a lack of belief in gods. It's the same thing. Older dictionaries define atheism as a belief that there is no God. Clearly, theistic influence taints these definitions. The fact that dictionaries define atheism as there is no God betrays the monotheistic influence. Without the monotheistic influence, the definition would at least read there are no gods. So basically, you're just trying to change the definition that, well, it's not the God of the Bible, that it's not, he's not the only one we don't believe in. We don't believe in Buddha. We don't believe in Hinduism. We don't believe in no gods, none. What's the difference? You're just making sure that it's known that you got to include all the gods in there, that you don't believe that there is any God, period. Atheism is not a belief system, nor is it a religion. While there are some religions that are atheistic, certain sects of Buddhism, for example, that does not mean that atheism is a religion. To put it in a more humorous way, if atheism is a religion, then not collecting stamps is a hobby. Despite the fact that atheism is not a religion, atheism is protected by many of the same constitutional rights that protect religion. That, however, does not mean that atheism is itself a religion, only that our sincerely held lack of beliefs are protected in the same way as the religious beliefs of others. Similarly, many interfaith groups will include atheists. This again does not mean that atheism is a religious belief. Some groups will use words like agnostic, humanist, secular, bright, free thinker, and any number of other terms to self-identify. Those words are perfectly fine as a self-identifier, but we strongly advocate using the word that people understand, atheist. Don't use those other terms to disguise your atheism or to shy away from a word that some think has a negative connotation. We should be using the terminology that is most accurate and that answers the question that is actually being asked. We should use the term that binds all of us together. So, same thing with, you see how they try and bring each other together? It's the same thing with the Israelite community. Stop using all these different terms and all these different camp names that divides us. We're Israelites. We're the children of Israel. We're the children of God.
Right.
You see in these websites how Esau thinks. They bring each other together, and that's always their agenda. I don't know what's wrong with our people, but I'm not going to read all of this. But you can see that there is an actual group out there called the American Atheists. They have the actual website. They have chapters all over the country and probably all over the world. Didn't open, didn't look at that map that closely, but oh, our vision. I didn't even see. Let me see what the vision. What is our vision? American atheists envision a world in which public policy is made using the best evidence we have rather than religious dogma, and where religious beliefs are no longer seen as an excuse for bigotry or a cause to receive special treatment from the government. We fight for religious equality for all Americans by protecting what Thomas Jefferson called the wall of separation between state and church created by the First Amendment. So, in other words, just like the white supremacists, you're sick and tired of seeing these Israelites in the streets saying that the Israelites are God's chosen people, the bigotry that they're talking about. Because we've been out on the streets teaching. I'm sure there's been a lot of our brothers out on the streets teaching and had atheists come up, trying to question you and things like that.
Right.
Therefore, the aims and purposes of American atheists are to stimulate and promote freedom of thought and inquiry concerning religious beliefs, creeds, dogmas, tenets, rituals, and practices. So now it makes sense when you're out there and you hear people saying, I'm a free thinker.
Right.
They're basically telling you they're an atheist. It says collect, preserve, and disseminate information, data, and literature on all religions and promote a more thorough understanding of them, their origins, and their histories. Advocate, labor for, and promote, and also if they're going to try and tell you the true history, are they going to tell you that the true Israelites are really the black people of America and the Hispanic people of the Americas and all over the world? Are they going to tell you that? No, I doubt it. But they say that they're, here to collect, preserve, and disseminate information, data, and literature on all religions and promote a more thorough understanding of them, their origins and their histories. So they're liars just like all the others. They're not going to come out and tell you the truth about the Bible. Advocate, labor for, and promote in all lawful ways the establishment and maintenance of a thoroughly secular system of education available to all. Encourage the development and public acceptance of a humane ethical system, stressing the mutual. So instead of listening to the Bible and following the laws of the Bible, coming up with your own humane ethical system, stressing the mutual sympathy, understanding, and interdependence of all people and the corresponding responsibility of each individual in relation to society. So, in other words, you come to understand that God has one people and you're not a part of it. So, you want something for all people. I understand where you're coming from. It says, develop and propagate a social philosophy in which humankind is central and must itself be the source of strength, progress, and ideals for the well-being and happiness of humanity. God's not our strength. That's what they're basically saying. Promote the study of the arts and sciences and of all problems affecting the maintenance, perpetuation, enrichment of human and other life, and engage in such social, education, legal, and cultural activity, as well as be useful and beneficial to the members of American atheists and to society as a whole. It's crazy looking at this definite. Atheism is the comprehensive worldview of persons who are free from theism and have freed themselves of supernatural beliefs altogether. It is predicated on ancient Greek materialism. So, materialism or atheism involves a mental attitude that unreservedly accepts the supremacy of reason and aims at establishing a lifestyle and ethical outlook verifiable by experience and the scientific method, independent of all arbitrary assumptions of authority and creeds. So, in other words, rely on our science. Materialism declares that the cosmos is devoid of immanent conscious purpose, that it is governed by its own inherent immutable and personal laws, that there is no supernatural interference in human life, that humankind, finding the resources within themselves, can and must create their own destiny. It teaches that we must prize our life on earth and strive always to improve it. It holds that human beings are capable of creating a social system based on reason and justice. Materialism's faith is in humankind and their ability to transform the world culture by their own efforts. This is a commitment that is, in its very essence, life asserting. It considers the struggle for progress as a moral obligation that is impossible without noble ideas that aspires to be bold, create us to bold creative works. Materialism holds that our potential for good and more fulfilling cultural development is, for all practical purposes, unlimited. So they're pushing materialism. They're pushing this atheist view of the world, that there is no God. We're here on this earth and we got to make the best of it on our own. That's basically what they're saying. But read Psalms 14 and 1 again. What does Psalms 14 and 1 say?
The book of Psalms, chapter 14 and verse 1. The fool has said in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. there is none that doeth good.
Because I can guarantee you, if you were to go and find out the lives of these atheists, that they're most likely breaking every commandment of God. You could see the confusion. They tell you that there is no God, but yet they're celebrating Christmas. They're celebrating these holidays. They're celebrating Thanksgiving, New Year's Eve, and New Year's. It's crazy. But there are no gods, even though all of these holidays are a celebration of gods. Not our God, but someone's gods.
Hmm.
But yet they want you to believe that they don't believe that there are any gods. You see the confusion. Let's go to the book of Mark, chapter 3, and verses 28 through 29.
The book of Mark, chapter 3, and verse 28. Verily I say unto you, all sin shall be forgiven unto the sons of men, and blasphemings wherewithsoever they shall blaspheme. But he that shall blaspheme against the Holy Ghost had never forgiveness, but is in danger of eternal damnation.
So blasphemy against the Holy Ghost is the one thing you cannot be forgiven for, such as what we just read in the definition, that somebody that's proclaiming themselves to be a deity or what have you, and we have people doing that. But he says, verily I say unto you, all sin shall be forgiven unto the sons of men, and blasphemies wherewithsoever they shall blaspheme. But he that shall blaspheme against the Holy Ghost hath never forgiveness, but is in danger of eternal damnation. So blasphemy is one of the problems, one of the things that is causing the world today to be in peril. Why is it? Because you got people like this atheist group, this American atheist group out there that is causing confusion. And then when you get pro Christians and pro atheists out there together, what do you have? You have confusion, you've got arguing and fighting out there. Whereas if you brought out the truth of the matter, that there is a God, he has a chosen line of people, and they have written a book of prophecies that is written for their people and about their people, and which is from their people. But you will never get the truth. So these so-called atheists that are telling you they're going to teach you or tell you the truth are actually lying to you. They're full of blasphemy. They're blasphemers. They're fools. And again, if you go and look at how they live their lives, I'm sure that you will find that they are corrupt, that they have done abominable works in their life, and that they haven't done any good. All right. So um, we're going to move on to the next one. But we may not get through all of these. It's taken a whole lot longer than what I thought. So let's go to the next one. Number 6, disobedient to parents, because this is an important one that we need to go through. That one of the main reasons why we're living in perilous times is that the kids today are out of control. They don't listen to their parents. They don't listen to their teachers. Even police officers have no control over these kids. Men walking around with guns in their hips, with a badge on, in a squad car that has been giving awful power, you know what I mean, to make arrests and uphold the law, have no respect for these kids. Absolutely none. And these kids are out there committing almost every crime under the sun.
Right.
Robberies, murders, thefts. rapes, filled with all kind of hatred. Hear all kinds of what's the word I'm looking for? Foul language coming out of their mouths. And I'm talking about at young ages. These children are completely out of control, disobedient to their parents. Go to Sirach chapter 30. You're going to read verses 7 through 13. We're going to read about how these kids are disobedient to their parents.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 30 and verse 7. He that maketh too much of his son shall bind up his wounds, and his vows will be trouble at every cry. And horse not broken becometh headstrong, and a child left to himself will be willful. Cockery thy child, and he shall make thee afraid. Play with him, and he will bring thee to heaviness. Laugh not with him, lest thou have sorrow with him, and lest thou gnash thy teeth in the end. Give him not liberty in his youth, and wink not at his follies. Bow down his neck while he is young, and beat him on the side while he is a child, lest he wax stubborn and be disobedient unto thee, and so blind sorrow to thine heart.
And so bring
Chastise,
sorrow to them.
yeah, and be disobedient unto thee, and so bring sorrows to thine heart. Chastise thy son, and hold him to labor, lest his lewd behavior be an offense unto thee.
And see, because people are not following the scriptures and following what God told us and how we should interact with our sons and interact with our daughters, we have a whole lesson about this on how to deal with your children. Only a few precepts to put into this lesson. All right, there's too much. There's a lot. But he's telling us, he that maketh too much of his son shall bind up his wounds, and his bowels will be troubled at every cry. Because you see that people are constantly bragging about their children, about their accomplishments. They want to, you know what I mean? Parents nowadays will go through to any length to see their kids accomplish something, to see them receive an award at school, to receive a trophy, to receive a medal. They will do anything. It says, "And horse not broken becometh headstrong, and a child left to himself will be willful." And that's why you see a lot of the things that's going on with these children. These children are left with an iPod in their hand, or an iPad, or an iPhone, to sit there for hours on end on the internet. Kids 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. The parents are not parenting anymore. They're not raising their kids anymore. Social media is raising their kids. And what kind of influence are you finding on social media? Nothing good. There's no good influence on there, except the Israelite, for our people, the Israelites that are on social media trying to teach the Bible the way it should be taught. But other than that, there's nothing good on social media. And the majority of people are ignoring the truth of the Bible when it's being taught because they love the lies. But these children are becoming headstrong because they haven't been spanked. They haven't been told no. They've been given everything they want and then some nowadays. Everything that they want. They haven't heard the word no ever. There's no one there to correct their folly. And the people that are there to correct it are not correcting it. The ones that should be correcting these children are not doing their job. Conquer thy child, and he shall make thee afraid. Play with him and he will bring thee to heaviness. You see a lot of these parents nowadays trying to be a friend to their children. They're trying to talk like them, walk like them, act like them. You hear, the parents sometimes, or the children, you know how it is when you're in high school. Kids use certain slang terms, slang words and stuff like that. And then what I do? You hear, you see some of these people that are, doing that with their children. That, they're walking around trying to use the same slang as their children, be their friend, the mother trying to dress like the daughters, the father's trying to dress like the sons. They're more of a homie than a parent. And then they wonder why when their kids do something wrong, they're shocked. Or in the likes of this father and son dynamic duo,
Mhm.
this is the product that you get. This dynamic duo right here, father and son, a father willing to do anything that he can to protect his son from going to jail for the folly that his son committed. Laugh not with him, lest thou have sorrow with him, and lest thou gnash thy teeth in the end. Give him no liberty in his youth, and weep not at his follies. That's what this father did.
Right.
They gave him way too much liberty. He just graduated high school, and he's smoking weed, carrying guns, obviously, and now obviously committing unalivings, which you have to wonder, is this the first time he's ever done it? How many other unalivings of youth in that area, might he be responsible for that nobody, would even suspect? All because his father winked at his folly and wanted to help him cover it up. Texas father son arrested in murder of pregnant teen Savannah Soto. And look at him. That's why everybody thought it was a girl that got out that car. Because I for sure, you heard me say it last week, I was sure it was a female that got up out that car. I was
Right.
sure of it. You could tell the person got out the truck, that was obviously a dude. But when the person stood up with all that hair and the look on what you could see of the face, that looked like a female. And now you see why. Because he looks like one.
Right.
But it also goes to, unfortunately, um, this Matthew kid being on social media, showing off his drugs, showing off his guns. That this kid, because this kid don't look like he's about that life, but he probably knew from this guy's social media that he's always packing, he's always carrying, he's not one to be messed with, and so he came prepared himself. That, you know what, if he made one wrong move, I'm gonna have to act, and that's what he did. And these are, I guess, some other pictures of some other father-son dynamic duos. You might remember These are the ones that they killed the one brother that was out there jogging. I recognize them.
Hmm.
Father and son arrested for living in home that isn't theirs. And this little wicked demon right here, he's the one that killed that little teenager in Florida, or unalived her, let me say, that 13-year-old, what do you call it, cheerleader. Father Shockey murder suicide. I'm telling you, these are perilous times we're living in. The Bible's not joking, it's not kidding around. And one of the factors that's playing into it of why we're living in perilous times is that these kids are disobedient to their parents. And part of the reason why the kids are disobedient to their parents is because the parents play with them too much. They put too much stock in them when they're growing up, giving them too much liberty, winking at their follies. Sirach 30 and 12, bow down his neck while he is young and beat him on the sides while he is a child, lest he wax stubborn. He probably never put his hands on him when he was growing up. Never gave him a good old butt whooping to teach him right from wrong. Never told him, son, you know what? Don't be out there trying to live that life. Stay away from drugs. Don't be carrying a gun. Don't be trying to buy drugs. Don't be trying to sell drugs. It looks like neither one of them had some. But the crazy thing is, you see, how would I put this? Back in the day when stuff like this would happen, 99.9999 times out of 100, you would be able to, you know what, I bet there's no father in the home that was there to teach these young men right from wrong. But nowadays, it's not that. He had a father at home. Look, he's got a father. The guy, Matthew Guetta, the dope dealer, he had a father and a stepmother at home. His father was home in his life. He, if you go and look, the fathers, he lived with his father from the time he was 3 years old, all the way up until he, turned like 19, 20 years old. And he had just went to go stay with his mother for a little while before I guess they got their own place. They both had a father at home. And both dads messed up. They, you know what I mean? Even the Matthew kids' fathers, like, we did everything we could to try and help him turn things around. It's like, no, you didn't. You waited too late. You waited until after he was already a grown man, and then you guys tried to intervene and, oh, you need help, you need to change. Like, no, you should have been waxing that butt with, with the belt, just taxing him when he was a kid, bowing down his neck while he was young, beating him on his sides while he was a child. Because you didn't do it, what did he do? He waxed stubborn. And he didn't listen to nothing you told him. Son, don't be out there in them streets. Son, don't be selling them drugs. Son, don't be taking them drugs. Don't be out there fighting. Don't be out there causing havoc. He was stubborn. He didn't listen to you. He was disobedient to you. That's what it says. Bow down his neck while he is young and beat him on the sides while he's a child, lest he wax stubborn and be disobedient unto thee, and so bring sorrow to thine heart. Chastise thy son and hold him to labor, lest his lewd behavior be an offense unto thee. His lewd behavior should have been offense to him. When he called him on the phone and said, Pops, I messed up, I just took somebody's life. His dad should have been like, you know what, son, meet me over here in 15 minutes. And his next action should have been hanging up the phone, dialing 911, and say, hey, look, my son just called me. and told me he just did something incredibly stupid and wicked and evil. He just told me that he just unalived a couple of people. I don't know if he's telling me the truth, but he called me for help. I told him to meet me here at this place in 15 minutes. I need your help because I'm not going to be complicit with my son in this. If he really did do this, he needs to go to jail. He needs to be arrested and he needs to answer for the crime that he may have committed. So I want you to send a squad car or squad cars over here to meet us. And I don't want you to shoot him. I don't want you to kill him. That's my son, but he needs to be taken into custody. So let me get him out of the car. Let me make sure he's not armed so that you can then come in and take him into custody. So if the dad would have done that, he wouldn't have, you wouldn't see Pops right here being perp walked. If he had carried out Leviticus, go to Leviticus 5:1. If he had followed the scriptures, he wouldn't be getting perp walk with his child, with his son.
Leviticus chapter 5 and verse 1. And if a soul sin and hear the voice of swearing, and it is a witness whether he had seen or known of it, if he do not utter it, then he shall bear his iniquity.
Then he shall bear his iniquity. There he is, right there getting perp walk with his son. His son called him on the phone and told him, I did this. Help me, Dad. And he didn't utter it. He didn't call the authorities to let them know that, hey, you know what? My son just did something very drastic and stupid. I'm not helping him get out of this. Meet us over here. He would have saved himself a whole lot of problems, a whole lot of issues, because now he's going to go to jail right along with his son. Here it is, father and son side by side, mug shots all over the internet, because he didn't know to follow the scriptures and turn his son in and do the right thing. Let's go to Sirach 42:9 through 11. What about the daughter?
The book of Ecclesiasticus chapter 42 and verse 9. The father waketh for the daughter when no man knoweth, and the care for her taketh away sleep when she is young, lest she pass away the flower of her age, and being married, lest she should be hated. In her virginity, lest she should be defiled and gotten with child in her father's house, and having a husband, lest she should misbehave herself, and when she is married, lest she should be barren. Keep a sure watch over a shameless daughter, lest she make thee a laughingstock to thine enemy, and a byword in the city, and a reproach among the people, and make thee ashamed before the multitude.
See, unfortunately, and I know people, oh, you shouldn't talk bad about the dead, but the scriptures tell us to tell the truth. Even our forefathers that are long dead and gone, the Most High lets you know the truth about the things that they did. All right. How did she turn out to be an 18-year-old pregnant, soon to be mother? Unless she got pregnant right when she turned 18, which slim chance, but it's possible. But I'm willing to bet that she was probably 17 when she got pregnant. All right, under 18. All right. But how did she become pregnant? Because they said that her and this dude have been together since she was like 15. So how did she become gotten with child in her father's home. And actually, in reality, I haven't even seen anything about her. I've seen everything about her mother, but I haven't really seen anything about. I don't think she had a father in the home. That could be the problem. I could be wrong, but so far at anything that I've read or seen, I haven't really. I don't remember seeing anything about her father or reading anything about her having a father in the home or her father being outraged about what happened to his daughter. I've only been hearing and seeing from the mother and the aunts and cousins. So that could very well be the problem, that she didn't have a father figure in the house to protect her, to make sure she didn't become a shameless daughter. That's why it says, keep a sure watch over a shameless daughter, lest she make thee a laughing stock to thine enemies. Because almost everything that you see going on with this case, it looks like that she had a bad reputation around town, that people didn't like her. For whatever reason, people really disliked that girl. I don't know what she did, what she said to people, what she may have done, but the reputation that it looks like she had around town was that people didn't like her. And that ended up rubbing off on him through her. And it wasn't that the people hated her, hated him. It's almost as if once he was with her and her reputation rubbed off on him, that people started to not like him. So keep a sure watch over a shameless daughter, lest she make thee a laughing stock to thine enemies and a byword in the city, and a reproach among the people, make thee ashamed before the multitude. Because it appears that anybody that mentioned her name always had something negative to say about her and her family. For whatever reason, I don't know why. But she was given too much liberty, obviously, to run the streets and have a boyfriend. And this boyfriend that she chose, because there was nobody there to teach her how to choose better. We just did a whole lesson about that, how to choose a husband, how to choose a wife, or what to look, the characteristics to look for. Nobody taught her those things. So what did she do? She chose a dude that was in a certain lifestyle. They got her, him, and their unborn baby taken out. Because you may ask the question, why would a pregnant mother go to a drug sale with her boyfriend like that? Why would you do why would the boyfriend take her to do a drug deal with him like that? That's stupid. Yeah, we understand that. People with common sense know that. But you're talking about two young people that obviously didn't have the ability to make sound decisions. In fact, let's get that real quick in that Proverbs 2 and 10.
The
Yeah,
book
our
of
people,
Proverbs, the book of Proverbs, chapter 2 and verse 10. When wisdom entereth into thine heart, and knowledge is pleasant unto thy soul, discretion shall preserve thee, understanding shall keep thee, to deliver thee from the way of the evil man, from the man that speaketh forward things, who leave the path of uprightness to walk in the ways of darkness, who rejoice to do evil and delight in the forwardness of the wicked, whose ways are crooked and they forward in their paths.
so you can stop right there. Who rejoice to do evil and delight in the forwardness of the wicked, whose ways are crooked and they forward in their paths. Obviously, he was not taught discretion. Obviously, she was not taught discretion. Because somebody of sound mind would have been like, you know what? We got a baby coming. We ain't got time to be out here on these streets trying to go do no drug deal right now. We got to get to the hospital in a couple of days, because now you're finding out through the investigation that they were taken out on the 21st and they weren't found until days later. All because of one bad decision. One bad decision because the parents didn't teach them right. There was nobody there to tell, like, you know what, I don't think that's a good idea for you guys to go. And it's all over social media that he was advertising the week leading up to that meetup that he had product coming in.
Mm.
He had it all on his social media page, advertising. Hit me up. I got I got product coming in. I got this. This is coming. I got this coming in. I got that coming in. Let me know how much you want. And somebody hit him up and let him know, you got product coming in. I want some. And I'm sure what was going through their minds is, oh man, we got this baby coming. We need this money. We need, we're about to go have this baby. You're about to go get induced. We need this money. And they let greed cloud. I'm serious. I had tears coming out. And I'm not lying. I had tears coming out of my eyes when they arrested that father and son. Not
Right.
just for the joy that they caught them, but just for the fact that these are our people going through this. This young man, this young girl, and their baby are gone because this is what went through my mind. Proverbs 2:10 through 11. When wisdom entereth into thy heart, knowledge is pleasant unto thy soul, discretion shall preserve thee, understanding shall see. My voice is starting to crack right now because if you don't get emotional over this, there's something wrong with you.
Right.
Because nobody taught these young kids discretion. And now, and it's not just that they got taken out, the baby in her belly. That's an unborn Israelite child that got taken out because of two immature young kids that had no business having a baby. They had no business trying to bring a child into this world because they were just kids themselves still. In mind, even though they were both 18 and over, their actions show that they were still little children, making childlike decisions. No discretion, because discretion would have delivered them from the way of the evil man. This evil dude right here, even though he don't look evil, that's probably what made him lower his guard down, because he was probably looking at this dude like, oh man, I could take him. I ain't got nothing to worry about. You know what, baby, you want to go with me to go get this money? And she was like, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Him probably showing off. Yeah, we about to come up. We having this baby. I'm gonna show you, babe. I'm gonna take care of this baby. I'm gonna get you that money. Get you what you need. They said they had the car seat was sitting in her lap. They probably just went and bought the car seat. It was probably brand new. Probably just bought it, excited. And they put the car seat on her lap so nobody would see that there was actually a person, a body in that front seat. People kept wondering, like, why did she have the car seat in her lap? Well, obviously, because if somebody pulls up next to the car and they look in the car, they're not going to see a woman slumped over in the front seat. They're going to see a car seat and go, oh.
Right.
Perilous times that we're living in, that a young mother, a young man getting ready to start a family are gone. Gone. Not coming back. Over what? Drugs. That very thing that we keep trying to tell you, Israelites, you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, leave that stuff alone. Your enemies. This is what they want. They want you to destroy each other. They want us killing each other. That's part of their agenda. They want this world for themselves. And you're making it easy on them. You're making it easy for them. Let's go to Sirach 26 and 10. It's very heartbreaking. Very. If you care about your people, this story should bother you.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 26 and verse 10. If thy daughter be shameless, keep her in straitly, lest she abuse herself through overmuch liberty.
If thy daughter be shameless, keep her in straitly, lest she abuse herself through over much liberty. And that's what it looks like even with this girl. There was nobody there to see that she was shameless, to say, no, you ain't going on. No, you're not going to see that dude. No, you're not having no boyfriend. No, you're not going out on no, you're not going to no parties. No, you're not going to no dates. Lest she abuse herself through over much liberty. She was given way too much liberty at such a young age, and she allowed herself to get involved with somebody that she couldn't see when she met him at 15, that 3 years later, he was going to be the cause of her and her unborn child and their unborn child being taken out. Because she probably thought that this lifestyle was cool. It's the kind of dude she was looking for. That's what she probably saw in the neighborhood. That's what she was used to dating. And other women in her family probably dated thugs. Everything she was around probably pointed to that. This is the kind of man that you want to have. Too much liberty. And this is the product of it. Grab Sirach 26:25. And I'm going to say it again. They always, whenever we bring this precept out, this precept, and there's no way saying anything about a woman as a female dog. I don't know where some of these brothers are getting it from, but we need to stop. That's not what it's saying.
Right. The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 26 and verse 25. A shameless woman shall be counted as a dog, but she that is shamefaced will fear the Lord.
But she that is shamefaced will fear the Lord. We got to stop letting our daughters run around and act and be shameless. Go look at social media. You saw when I typed in earlier in the lesson about, what was it I typed in? Selfies. And what popped up? All these selfie pictures, all these young girls, young women dressed immodestly, when the Bible says a woman should be dressed in modest apparel. But nowadays, these women are taught, these young girls are taught to be shameless. They're not taught how to be shamefaced. But the Lord says, but she that is shamefaced will fear the Lord. She obviously didn't fear God because nobody taught her anything about the Lord. All right. But you can see these kids being disobedient to their parents is one of the major factors as to why we're living in these perilous times. These kids are totally out of control. Completely out of control. And you see it. What's the question? What are ways children disobey their parents in today's society? We got to ask that question. How do these kids, what are the ways that kids disobey their parents today? I'll give you a whole long list of them. Number one, failing to obey their parents, cussing out their parents, speaking evil of their parents. You see that all the time. The kids will go to school and talk, man, I can't stand my dad, or I can't stand my mom. Oh, they get on my nerves. And they speak evil of them. Number four, hitting their parents. So many of these kids nowadays have no qualms with putting their hands on their parents, slapping them, punching them, kicking them, pushing them, talking back to their parents, stealing from their parents, taking things without their parents' permission. Number seven, lying to their parents, rolling their eyes at their parents, sighing and huffing and puffing at their parents, walk away from their parents when their parents are talking to them. I don't want to hear that. Yelling at their parents, ignoring their parents when they ask a question or give. You see that all the time. The kids sitting there with the iPhone and they're looking at their phone. Their parents are trying to, why didn't you clean your room? Why didn't you do your homework today? And they're just ignoring them. Talk to me when I'm talking to you. Look at me when I'm talking to you. And they just sit there on their phone ignoring them. Until the point the parents just give them like and walk away. Number 13, being stubborn and rebellious. 14, mocking their parents. 15, acting one way at home and then act a different way at school or away from home. You see that a lot with these kids. In the presence of their parents, they act like little goody two shoes. But the moment they walk out the door and they're around their friends at school, you hear all the cursing, all the, the hatred and vitriol that comes out of their mouths, causing trouble, causing problems at school. And then those are the parents that say, but they ain't never done nothing to anybody. My son's, he's good. He's a good kid. Or my daughter, she's a good kid. Bringing shame on the family name. Number 16. How do they do that? Through social media posts, acting foolish, doing, just dumb things that people in the neighborhood, people in the community say, oh man, stay away from that family. Haven't you heard what their son did? Haven't you seen what their daughter did? Oh, wow.
Right.
Refusing to listen to their parents. Here's number 18. You see this happening a lot on YouTube. There's a bunch of YouTube videos starting to pop up where boys and girls are sneaking boys or girls in the house without the parents' permission. And the parents are coming home and finding their son in bed with a girl or their daughter in bed with a boy. And in some cases, like there's one I saw where the boy was like 14 or something like that, 13, 14. And the mother walked in and he's laying in bed with a 19-year-old girl. And the girl then acted like she didn't think she did anything wrong. In the mother's house. Number 19, refusing to care for their parents. You see that a lot in American society. American society is different than other societies, where when the parents get a certain age, the kids are expected to take care of the parents. But also, too, that could come down to even the way that the parents parent to the kids, that the kids don't want to have nothing to do with their parents because they're like, you know what? I can't live in the same house with you. You're too toxic. Complaining, withholding gratitude from their parents. Another one, loving their parents more than they love Christ. That's another problem. They want to be their parents' friends. They put more stock in their parents than they do Christ. Just like the parents can do the same thing. The parents could put more into their kids than they do Christ. Partying, drinking, drugs, sexual activity, theft, gang membership. selling drugs, bullying, ditching school, disobeying school administrators, disobeying school rules, shameless social media activity, being all on social media doing all kinds of foolishness, arguing, fighting, and 36, murdering one another. So we wonder why we're living in these perilous times. Doesn't take much. Just go and look and see what's happening. All right. So we still got so much to go through. We're gonna have to end it right there because we got unthankful, the characteristics of unthankful people, the meaning, what it means to be unthankful. Well, I'll read off the characteristics of what it means to be unthankful. Somebody that has a sense of entitlement,
Mhm.
and somebody that are patient, people that are not used to being told no, a person that lacks work ethic, they had everything handed to them, they're consumed by social status, they won't give time to others but expect others to be at their beck and call, they take and never give back, never hold themselves accountable, tend to be emotionally unstable, always attract other people just like themselves into their lives. Somebody that's unthankful, complain a lot. They complain about everything. They can never have enough. They're the kind of people that are always focused on what others have done to them. They tend to be very negative. Unthankful people are usually, they usually become bullies. And they never show gratitude for things others have done for them. All right. Um, and like I said, we got with the unholy, the characteristics of the unholy, and so on and so forth. Um, but if we go through, we'll still be on here for another 2 hours or so if we go through all of them. But the thing is, be aware that we are living in dangerous times. With and I'm talking really dangerous, where it's to the point to where there's so much going on in the world that you got to fear walking out your house nowadays. People literally have to fear just walking out the doors and you know going to school. Kids got to worry about just something that we took for granted as a kid, just getting on your bike and riding to school. In fact, did we talk about that last week about the little 10-year-old boy that shot the other 10-year-old because he lost the bike race? Did I talk
No.
about that last week? No.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, there's another story in the news. Let me pull this one up just real quick. Then we'll be ended. That just happened recently here in Sacramento. This little 10-year-old kid right here. It's funny because he looks just like the music group from back in the day. Was it the Boys? Yeah, I think it was the Boys. He looks like one of or was it the other ones? There was two music groups from back in the day. One of them had three brothers, and were their names the Boys? Yeah. Because the other group was called Another Bad Creation. That's right. So it was the Boys, the three brothers, the Boys. He looks like one of them. But yeah, he got shot and killed by another 10-year-old boy, which was supposedly his friend. Apparently, from what the mother said, the 10-year-old kid had come to the house, asked if he could come outside as usual. She let him go outside to go ride his new bike he had just got for Christmas. They went outside. Apparently, they decided to have a bike race, and the other boy lost and got mad and went to his father's car, got his father's gun, and went back and shot and killed the little boy over a bike race. 10 years old. I can remember being 10 years old. Remember, I just told you guys about what it was like when I was growing up. A lot of the kids that I grew up around had nice, BMX bikes, and a lot of the people were heavily into BMX. So we did a lot of racing. I can imagine when I was 10 years old, a kid coming up to me with a gun in his hand, ready to shoot me because I beat him in a bike race.
No.
It's crazy.
Right.
Let me type that in. Here it is. We'll get justice. Mother says 10-year-old son was shot and killed over a lost bike race. Because they didn't know why it happened before. It took a few days or so before it came out what the reason was that this kid did this. So it says, we'll get justice. Mother says 10-year-old son was shot and killed over a lost bike race. Loved ones are remembering a 10-year-old boy who was shot and killed over the weekend as a sweet soul who did not deserve to die. Dozens of family members, friends, and community members gathered Monday night at the site of the shooting off Greenholm Drive in Sacramento County for a vigil in honor of 10-year-old Keith KJ Frierson. Brittany Frierson, I believe that's how you might say it. I said Frierson, but Frierson. Keith's mother said another young boy who Keith had played with in the past shot Keith Saturday afternoon right outside the family's apartment after losing a bike race. My baby asked me, can he go outside to ride? Not even 15 minutes later, my baby was gone. All because he was enjoying a race with some other kids he considered his friends on his new bike, Brittany said. This wasn't supposed to happen. It's not okay. And I don't think it was really necessarily over the bike race. It could have been like I was talking about earlier, that this kid probably was one of the kids who had an old beat up bike because his parents probably can't afford to buy him a new one. And this little kid got a brand new bike for Christmas. And he was envious of it. He was jealous of it. And the losing of the race just added on top of it. And either way, there's no justification for what this kid did, but just trying to speculate on how it could have come about. The Sacramento County Sheriff's Office said the shooting happened around 4:30 p.m. Saturday. Deputies arrested a 10-year-old boy and his father, identified as 53-year-old Arkeet Davis, in connection to the shooting. Investigators said the 10-year-old child got a gun from Davis's vehicle and shot and killed another 10-year-old boy who family members have identified as Keith Frierson. Detectives also said Davis tried to get rid of the gun by throwing it. Yeah, the dad tried to hide the gun. He tried to throw it in the garbage in a nearby trash can. You think police are that stupid that they're not going to go and check the garbage can? And that's how I understand what is wrong with people now. Is like they think that these are Keystone cops. Keep having to tell you these are men and women that have college degrees now. These are not your cops of yesteryear. These cops got college degrees. They are not dumb. They're not stupid. These are not your everyday jelly donut eating cops of times past.
Right.
That didn't know how to solve a crime if the crime happened right in front of them. This is not 1960s, 1970s. These cops are not dumb. These cops, the cops of today, are your people that you go to the gym and you're sitting there on the bench press. The dude next to you is probably a cop, or the woman that you might see in the gym is probably a cop. You go to a martial arts school and take a martial art, the person training next to you is probably a cop. And I know because I trained many of them and their kids. So these are not the cops of old that were lazy, that were, like I said, sitting around drinking coffee and donuts on duty. And back in the day, and even still, you only need a high school diploma to become an officer, but that's not what's happening today. The majority of the people going into law enforcement have some kind of degree in criminal justice. They're going to college, whether it's junior college or the university, to get a degree in criminal justice so they can, and those are the ones that they're taking first. Some of these dudes, some of them are ex-military, Marines, Army. You know what I mean? These are not. So I don't know why our people are under the impression that a lot of these cops on these streets nowadays are some punks, are some dumb, scary punks. And scary, I will give you, because I grew up around them, and I know a lot of these Edomite kids that I grew up with that lived in racist households that were scary, that were scared of black people. A lot of them are now cops, or some of them are now starting to, we've been out of school for a while. Some of them are now heading into retirement. But a lot of the people that I went to high school with, a lot of these dudes now work for LAPD, LA County Sheriffs. And I can tell you, they were scary. So in that aspect, yeah, a lot of them are scared of our people because they didn't really have much interaction with our people growing up. So they're misinformed. So they are quick to pull the trigger because of their fear. But aside from that, these are not some dumb, scary punks out there on the streets that, that they're hiring into these police departments. Back in the day, you could outrun the cops. Why? Because they were out of shape. They were a bunch of jelly donut eating out of shape idiots.
Hey.
But that's not the cop of today. You're talking about ex-football players, ex-track stars that are now working for police departments, and you think you're going to outrun them. And how many people you see outrun the police now? None. None. Some of these so-called street racers that think that they're going to outrun the cops, you're an idiot. Do you not realize that they go through extensive training in the academy? Not only in defensive driving, but just, how to drive a car fast, period. They learn how to drift. They learn how to do all those things that you idiots out there on the streets think that you're going to get away with. They know how to do it. That's why you never get away. So it's pointless in running. And not that I'm being an advocate for the police. I'm just being realistic so you can understand. You're not dealing with some idiots out there. And in other aspects, yes, some of them, there are a few of them out there that are making some bad decisions, getting themselves in trouble, doing some dumb stuff. But I'm talking as a warning to our people. Stop with the foolishness out there. Follow God's commandments and you won't have to worry about dealing with law enforcement. Plain and simple. And if you do happen to get pulled over for no reason, show some respect and courtesy, and Lord willing, they'll just let you go. Yes, sir. No, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to hear. You know what? Give me my ticket and keep it pushing. Live to see another day. Live to see your day in court.
Right.
But let's go to Ecclesiastes chapter 12 and verses 13 through 14.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
And with that, we're going to say shalom, most high in Christ bless. Enjoy the rest of the Sabbath day. Is it raining outside? Oh man, it started raining.
Mm-hmm.
Enjoy the rest of the Sabbath day. I was going to say enjoy the rest of the beautiful Sabbath day. It started off beautiful, but now it's all wet and rainy outside. I didn't realize that. But we will see you next Sabbath. Lord's will, you got something out of this lesson. I apologize we didn't get to finish it all up and go through all the rest of them, like without natural affection and so on. All right. Truce breakers, false accusers, incontinent. We got all of them. You know what I mean? Try
Mm-hmm.
and do it again, and maybe next time we'll start with the with with those other ones. Those that are fierce and despisers of those that are good, and so on. So we're going to let you go. Shalom, most high in Christ blessed, and we will see you next Sabbath. Shalom.